Hello, my name is Dr. Mariana Tudorova. I'm futurist, I'm consultant, author of books. I was also a politician. I was advisor to the President of the Republic and member of Bulgarian Parliament. Currently, I'm professor at the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. I do researches, consultancy. I'm delivering public lectures, I'm keynote speakers, and many thanks to Mercy Gilbert for inviting me today to be part of this current discussion about rethinking education. As a futurist, I will present visions of the education of the future, but this also obliges me to talk about not only about the opportunities, but also for the risks that it may contain. The future is taught primarily in a technological perspective, and this turns into a self-fulfilling prophecy, self-fulfilling forecast. The same applies to education. The digitalization processes in it were accelerated many times with the COVID pandemic, in which it was the only way to preserve the learning process. Today, it's a commonplace to talk about a digital classroom, which even grows into the concept of digital station, which is a set of technologies that we can meet in schools, museums, libraries, homes, and other public spaces. In many schools, students use digital whiteboards that are connected to their tablets and laptops, and what they write is reflected on the board, and everyone can see. They could self-correct each other and working as a community. Artificial intelligence is also entering education. It was recently reported that Amazon readers on the Kindle device can accumulate information about how the reader reacts to the reading through AI, which uses facial recognition and facial expression to get more information about our cognitive abilities. For example, it can analyze which passages people reads quickly and which slowly, which arouses special interests because it hasn't been reread many times. And the same is expected from different educational platforms, which can now analyze the emotion of the face so as to predict whether the content is understood and to adapt it to the intelligence level of each student who uses them. Artificial intelligence has led to the development of virtual tutors that help students study and prepare for different tests. There is an AI app that helps children not drop out of school by giving them tons of tips on how to tackle with the learning content. Even foreign languages exams that are related to AI platforms can be conducted in such a way that they then emphasize the things that are missed. Through AI, it is possible to teach more complex mathematics and build an individual approach to the capabilities of each student. They can also use robot teachers who answer their questions, like the famous little robot Einstein, or an animated teacher in a virtual or immersive environment in Decentraland, Metaverse, and other immersive realities platforms. Through virtual reality, students can step into antiquity or medieval period and develop strategic thinking as if they were military strategists in gamified history lessons. Again, through VR, medical students can see and practice through simulation over 3,000 types of surgical operations. Lessons in history, geography, even physics and chemistry are no more different and difficult through the gamification. Through 3D printing, students can program and print their own projects and different subjects like molecules and other various objects. But all these are just technological approach, and the important questions we need to answer are several for the future of education. The first huge group of questions are: what type of institution should be the school at the background of observed social, cultural, and economic changes? And what is the place of digital in this transformation of formal education? What will be the main focus of school and education? Should it be socializing because people are becoming more and more alienated and this process is helped by the technologies? Or it should be more therapeutic because children also encounter mental problems such as tension and depression? Or the focus should be that school should keep intellectual approach because children still need to have a high level of knowledge in the new increasingly competitive world? Or school should be a training place, for example, to give civic activist skills and to prepare students to live in this society of civil and social activism. The third group of question is: what will be the role of digitalization leading or supporting all these transformation processes? Is it reasonable to think of secondary education only as serving the new digital economy and the industrial revolution 4.0? Is the union between digitalization and education realistic to envision as a solution to social and societal problems? Because we have great expectations from the new generations to resolve the problems they have, but we only provide the digital and the technological direction. Another important questions are: what will the person be like at the exit of school education? How to redefine the concept of maturity, because children are increasingly expected to be more and more mature at an earlier age? And how will the relations between knowledge and skills continue to be reconfigured against the background of global process of digitalization and automation? And where is the place of the teacher in this context? Should we leave all the educational process to the technologies, or still we need the teacher as a mediator in the learning process? Also, we should ask ourselves, what is the other side of digitalization, and where should the line of digital invasion in the learning process actually be drawn? Are the health, cognitive, and behavioral effects of the increased implementation of all this digital technology in the learning process taken into account? And is there a danger of blurring the line between knowledge and entertainment in view of the trend towards gamification? And again, will the social nature of the learning process be undermined by all these digital means of personalizing learning? All these questions are kind of rhetoric, and they consist the answers in themselves. But it is very important to know how to manage the students' attention via sensors, artificial intelligence, and does it favor the problematic forms of control in the schools? And answering all these questions will enable us to find a balance between new technologies and the traditional approach in education so that it remains human-centric. Because if it doesn't remain human-centric anymore, we are turning ourselves also as a part of algorithms, artificial intelligence, technologies, and we are losing our genuine nature. So we should really consider the positive side, the contribution of technologies to our intellectual development, but also the distraction of technologies from our genuine human nature. Thank you for your attention.
Yes. Yes, hello. Hi, everyone. This side, Dr. Swarnlata from India, Director of International Affairs of NIMS University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Today, we are discussing about the digitization of education in the 21st century. Exploring the digitization of education, technology can become the wings that will allow the education world to fly farther and faster than ever before. If we will allow it, it's our famous book Jenny Alges. We are running into the 21st century where technology know no bounds. This is the phase of radical development where technology is taking over every nook and corner. Smartphones, laptops, and tablets are no more unknown words. During this phase, the education system is evolving for the sake of betterment. As a generation, students are not born to be confined by the limit of simple learning. Their curiosity is vast and cannot be catered with educational system that were designed earlier. If we kept on teaching our children the way we taught them yesterday, we would deprive them of their tomorrow. Our old educational system lacks the capability to stand a chance in 21st century. So we are compelled to use digitization in our educational system. Mainly, digitization is the integration of digital technology into everyday life by the digitization of everything that can be digitized. Yes, digitization is the trending term describing the 21st century in the most precise manner as possible as we are in the era where unprecedented ideas are unfolding in our education industries and creating the advancement that cannot be matched by lagging behind in terms of technology. The new phase of learning has begun and involves various advanced techniques like online courses, online exams, digital textbooks, animation, etc. Accumulation of student on the same platform is very important in this digitization era. With the student coming in from various reasons, schools and colleges are finding way to develop an integrated solution to meet the educational needs of all students by converting the whole of the education system to digitization. The use of various techniques like online courses, online exams, digital textbook, quizzes, and e-notes are improving the quality of education for the students. The main emphasis on online resources and courses connecting the student with their educators. With a high increase in the student population in the recent time, pedagogy is being compromised. Because of that, online resources are being developed in a way that make the always available to teacher to educate the masses, which in turn improves the quality of education and increase the number of literate students. Second one is, we can say about the internet making digitization possible. After the United States and China, India has been rated as the third largest internet consumer. The core existence of online education platforms is being possible with the internet. Most schools and colleges in India make use of internet, and they are basically based on the internet for conducting online exams, quizzes, and we can say like every third hand, the Wi-Fi they are using in day-to-day life. Next, we can switch on the administrative activities. It is an integral part of the education industries. With the digital system being prevalent in education, we are expecting different levels of ease in online education, but the administrative part is not off the table. Keeping the records of the students and maintaining their attendance and roll number is a big headache. That too, when the students are outnumbering the administrative heads. As in India, the main emphasis on India is due to the population. So we have to maintain the administrative records. So in digital era, we can do that very easily. Colleges and schools are adopting more hassle-free computerized methods and avoiding the old manual methods of maintaining the records. So now what we can find, as we are discussing today about what's the conclusion, why we are using, this online summit as about the digitization. As we discussed, digitization has no doubt changed our education system, but we cannot say that it has diminished the value of our old time classroom learning. Neither do we want something so priceless to turn into dust. But the best part about the digitization of education in the 21st century is that it's combined with the aspect of both classroom learning and online learning methods. Walking hand in both act as a support system to each other, which give us standhold to our modern students. Digitization in education has also proved to be the right method for saving resources. Online examination platforms have restricted the free will's uses of paper, directly confining the cutting down of trees. This way, the digitization of education industry in the 21st century proves to be a boon to our society, school, and in this era. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Gunasekar from Philippines. Sorry to say this, I am not fully prepared. Anyway, in olden 2000 years before, our forefathers, they said, for education, you can go to anywhere. In our language, it says that Theregadil Odium Therevium Thede. That means for education, you can go to, you can cross the borders, or you can go anywhere, like you can cross the sea level also. So now the students from India, they are going to everywhere to study medicine. Because I am in this medicine field, thousands of students, they are going abroad for studying medicine. So during this pandemic, COVID pandemic period, we encounter the problem how to face each other. So the digitalization, the online classes.
Put on camera. Mr. Dr. Gunashekhar, please put the camera.
Yes, it's on already.
Okay.
Okay. So during the COVID period, we even from the elementary level, all the students, they are learning from online classes. So the digitalization is already we are facing, and it will be helpful for the future also. So that's what my presentation today, because I am not fully prepared. Yeah, thank you.
And she millions in life insurance. But I would say he also lost his millions because he did not keep touch with what I am talking about, and that's the human element. Yes? I always say that an idea that is in its time and of its time is at threat of facing suspicion, resistance, and hostility. But I would implore you today to not discard what I'm saying and wondering what space does the human element have. And just listen to my bit of my own story. So I was brought up in Jamaica, as I said, and it was a very prominent family, 4 or 5, I was 4th of 5 children. And like I said, you know, our culture was, you're born, you do well, because that's the only way out. So I didn't have any options. And I soon understood that it was important to do very well. And I adopted this attitude of being the top of the class. I'm going to keep everybody, I'm going to step on your shoulders, I'm going to leave you in my dust, because I'm going to get where I need to get to. Now, if you watch my TED Talk, you'll see what happened, a pivotal moment in my life that made me stop and remember the human element. Made me realize the importance of making connections, the importance of standing shoulder to shoulder with others as we go together or not at all. Because that is the only way we are going to truly sustain and maintain any kind of industry. It is the people element. They're talking about the great resignation. Why is that? Because people, during the pandemic, lost themselves. And some might say they found themselves because they realized that they were not being valued. They realized that well-being was not top of the agenda in the corporate arena where they existed. They also realized they needed people when they were at home, like I do. You're home behind your laptop, and the people element is missing. Well-being of your staff and your team goes to your bottom line. You could create the greatest amount of digitalization, the greatest amount of artificial intelligence. If it is not underpinned with a people that are supported, a people that are experiencing well-being at its best, and a people who learn how to collaborate, how to ally themselves, how to value cognitive and neurodiversity, how to value every last member of that team and give space for the human creativity, I tell you now that we will not sustain this new era. So I would just like us to think about things like, how do you create your networks? And I'm not talking about computer networks. How do you maintain the real powerful network, which is the people? How do you collaborate? How do you sustain and build your business through relationships? How do you use emotional intelligence to hold and weave it all together? How do you get people's buy-in? Yes? Now is the time to consider these things. When we seek money, when we seek innovation, let us seek the disruptive, innovative thinking that is required of this time. And you will not find that in any machine. You will find it in your people, who you give room and space to grow and to develop. So, what do we do? Forums like these help. We need to start giving room for conversations. We need to start giving room for new ideas. We need to get out of our own space. We need to stop navel gazing. We need to understand what true global enterprise really means and looks like. We need to take this on the road, and I commend Mercy for what she's done. Yes? Because tempus rerum imperator. That's my message for the time. Time is the commander of all things. Now is the time. Seize the moment. Remember the people behind all of this artificial intelligence. Remember what underpins this whole new era. And never underestimate why you are still here when so many of us are not here today. So thank you for this platform, Mercy. Thank you for this time. Let us remember that we need to ride this wave that is now coming towards us. Each one of us has a spot in it. Each one of us is important. And none of us is any less important than artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernie, for that. Artificial intelligence is very, very important. When people think of education, it's very, very difficult to put it into a box. But education, I know when I brought up and asked various speakers to speak on education, they said it's a broad subject, and yes, it is. And artificial intelligence is just one of them. So we are going to move on to Deborah, who is from Congo. So over to you, Deborah.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Deborah Matombi, and I am a language teacher. I teach in London Secondary School, so I get to see firsthand the impact of technology within education and its function within education. I am an early careers teacher, so throughout my training, we've been taught about the importance and the function of technology within the classroom. Okay, particularly during the pandemic, I realized that the importance of digital technology. A lot of the lessons that we had to teach were taught over Zoom or through Microsoft Teams. And initially, as a teacher, we did use different platforms such as PowerPoint or Microsoft. And sorry, I'm a little bit flustered by talking. We initially used the PowerPoint and different softwares in the classroom, but I recognized the importance of blended learning and how much using digital technology can support the learning of students and can help you to trace the progression that students are making in class. One of the platforms that we use often is OneNote. And like some people have said in their examples, you can give students live feedback, and you can see exactly how much work that students have conducted. In terms of languages also, there are different platforms that we regularly use, such as Pearson's ActiveLearn. And through this platform, students are able to engage with games that help them to recall the language that they've been taught. It helps them to demonstrate how much acquisition they've had, but also to build upon new vocabulary. Another aspect that digital technology has had within my teaching is through the presence of an app called Quizzes. And through that, students are able to receive formative feedback. So what aspects of the language acquisition have they done well, and what particular vocabulary they can have more practice on. I also work with GoldTech, which is a startup, and this is GoldTech Africa. And this is a group of volunteers who work to train teachers in Africa, notably the Congo. They also work with Senegal and the Congo, Senegal, and Burundi. And we have a program there where we work with teachers to train those teachers to be able to use digital technology in their education. And the difficulty with this in third world countries is sometimes there is a lack of connectivity, or at times teachers don't necessarily have all of the resources. So at the moment we have been trying to mobilize some resources such as laptops, computers, also photocopiers, in order to create digital hubs where where teachers are able to come and be trained, but also for students to be able to have the opportunity to study and to learn how to use different functions, so that if we are ever in a situation where we have a pandemic, like we have had the COVID-19, they have a backup reserve rather than solely relying on presential teaching, which we have noticed is very important. So thank you for your time today. And also thank you to Mercy for allowing me to share my experience.
Thank you for that, Deborah. Thank you. And now over to men in the house. We've heard from the women. So, Philip, you're looking, I can see. Yes. So it's over to you, Philip Marsh. Welcome.
I'm not sure what the protocols are, but to Mercy and to Nida and to Robin and all the other esteemed dignitaries who are here, and to my new friends and colleagues, I have to be really honest. I am not well prepared because I wasn't really sure what was going to go. So I'm going to take your story because you were just brilliant. And I'm just going to tell you a story as opposed to a prepared set of slides and things like that. So like everyone here, we are all the product of different educational backgrounds and different journeys, and some more privileged and some less privileged. And I'm British, but I talk funny because I've spent most of my life in South Africa. So this accent is a South African accent, but an English South African accent. And I have a long history with my wife over there. We're both engineers by background. So for the first 30 years of our lives, we were engineers. Shelley and I, both structural engineers. In my youth, I actually worked on Canary Wharf as the head of structural engineering. So that was a very irresponsible position when I was not nearly as wrinkly and grey as I am now. And but I've spent a lot of time in South Africa, and I remain a very active member of the Institution of Civil Engineers Education and Training Committee. And one of the things I've noticed over the last 12 years is the growing divide in the level of education that the young graduates are showing coming out of school or university, coming into the workplace. There's, in South Africa, you will know the history of South Africa, the iniquitous past of a previous apartheid regime and things like that. And although that's 27 years gone, the legacy of the separate development continues. And so what you end up with is people that have come out of school are assumed to be university ready. And when they come out of university, they're assumed to be work ready. And there are massive differences between those who had a more privileged background and those who had a less privileged background. And it really goes to the development of the human psychology. I'm a repurposed engineer. I now develop mobile technologies. So I'm in a new era. I'm a startup founder at the age of 65. So this is like uncharted territory for a 65-year-old. But one of the challenges that we've noticed is that there is this terrible inability of some youngsters who are so reliant on technology for their learning is they can no longer reason for themselves. Their ability to think for themselves and to apply cognitive reasoning and restraint and good judgment seems to be lost because they are used to being fed content, they're used to being given courses, they're used to being given curriculum, and they're used to learning in accordance with someone's agenda, which is not necessarily true to life and reality. So one of the concerns I have with that very first speaker from Hungary, I think it was, pushing the AI agenda, as a new technology founder, I can tell you what many people refer to as AI is nothing more than machine learning. AI is very advanced computer decision support. You don't need that in education. You just need machine learning. It just looks at the rules and it gives you feedback on the user profiles and the user engagement types, and it gives you cognitive and emotional recognition and things like that. So if we look at how humans develop, we take a long time to develop, and technology is developed in a fraction of the time that it takes humans to develop. Our brains, we have a beautiful thing in our brains called the fusiform gyrus. This does nothing else other than just look at each other and say, do I trust you? Do I not trust you? Do I recognize you? Are you a friend or a foe? If I see you as a foe, I will automatically discount everything you tell me because I will not trust you. Even though I won't say so, I'll shake your hand, I'll have a cup of, a beer, a cup of coffee with you, whatever. But my early warning before we got here, we were all in the African savannas. Shelley and I used to live next to a place called Marupeng. Marupeng is the cradle of humankind in South Africa, the oldest known hominid findings when we had just become bipedal as humans. The early Homo sapiens come from Marupeng, close to where we lived. It's a World Heritage Site. And it's taken a long time for us to develop. 400,000 years ago, our brains were half the size that they are now. We communicated with little grunts. We survived in a fight or flight sort of syndrome. And we were about the same size as we are right now. And our brains were about 600 milliliters, sorry. That's changed. About 200,000 years ago, we decided we needed to talk to each other because we needed education. We needed to train each other. We needed to pass information vertically to our children and our families, and also horizontally to the other tribes and clans where we lived. And so we developed this massive left-hand area of our brain, the Wernicke and the Broca area, all to do with education, how we interpret language, how we interpret sentences, how we interpret everything. And so fast forward to modern day, we've got this big challenge in South Africa, which is, I think, in many instances mimicked across Africa and in other developing societies, is that you've got a privileged educational class and you've got the developing classes coming in who need to take over the mantle from the older generation. And there's a big divide in the educational standard. So in 2015, I went to Mumbai. I was invited to present at the World Education Congress. And I presented a concept paper, and I'm not an academic, I'm an engineer. And I presented a paper called Knowledge Swarms and Experiential Hives. And what that put forward is it postulated the idea that in developing societies, there is a wealth of knowledge in the older generation that is captive in their heads and their memories and their stories. And that is, the analogy here was the bee analogy of that's an experiential hive. It's the queen bee with the royal jelly, and it's a safe place because that's where the real truth of how the world works happens through older eyes, but experienced eyes. And the knowledge swarms were the younger generations swarming around and deswarming and reswarming in different configurations as they needed access to knowledge and wisdom and experience. And we ended up winning the World Knowledge Management Leadership Award for that because it put forward the ability for developing nations to tap into the minds and the experiences and the stories of the experienced people that could be not only in that country, but could be anywhere in the world. And so we at that point in time took a decision to start developing mobile technologies. So we've developed technologies that are really empower the concept of structured social learning. I loved your speech. I mean, if I could have paid good money, I would have put you just before me because you kind of just led into the whole thing. People are what it's all about. If you look at people have always learned best from other people. They have always learned best through other people or through their own experiences. If you look at the Jennings 70-20-10 principles and all of these kind of things, everyone in this room probably uses less than 10% of what you studied at university or college. Most of what you're doing is sort of 20%, 30% is what you've learned, vicarious learning through others. But about 60% of what you do every single day is because you burnt your fingers at some point in time and you won't burn your fingers again. And that's how we teach our kids to avoid the stove and the fire and things like that. We just lose that in when we go to work. So it's bringing back human-to-human connectivity, because I can tell you right now, AI is rule-driven. It's only as clever as the rules that we write it to do. Now, advanced AI will generate rules on rules, and it'll begin to learn on its learning kind of thing. We don't need that at a human level now. We just need someone to guide us. Do you push the red button or the green button in the moment of need? I don't need an AI algorithm to tell me that. And we see that the young graduates in Southern Africa, and in fact, Botswana and Zimbabwe and Namibia and things like that, where before we left, they've lost the ability to reason because they are so dependent on technology-driven development and educational system. Courses, curriculum, multiple choices, that's what you get. And as you know, with the multiple choice, you can take a stab at it and get away with 30 or 40% and you get through. In South Africa, the government there has continuously reduced the educational standards. So you can get a university entrance pass with a 30% knowledge of the subject matter. In certain subjects, they've dropped it down to an area which means that you get people going into the workplace that don't know 70% of the course. That's the impact of it. And so what we get as business people and as we get as institutionalists, I do pro bono work, I have done, still do for 12 years. You get people that are just not prepared. And the whole idea is you're never going to catch them up with the educational background. What you've got to do is you've got to give them contextual understanding. They don't need theoretical knowledge. They need contextual understanding. So they come to you that they don't know what they don't know. This unconscious incompetence space. And what we got to do is we got to get them to a place where they know what they don't know, because then they won't make expensive mistakes. And that you get from other humans, that you get from conversation. So our technologies are used for structured social learning and a sort of personalized career management. And I'll finish just by telling you a couple of very quick stories. One of the things we did initially is we were asked by a charity to sponsor the technology. We had 1,300 students that come from very disadvantaged backgrounds. And they, besides the technology to help them with app tutoring and getting through the subject matter, they came from traumatized backgrounds. And we needed to put in place something we call psychosocial mentoring. And we were able to do that through the technology. So we were able to connect people with people. And what you got is you got the power of peer-to-peer support. This has nothing to do with a teacher or a lecturer or an academic. It was the power of people helping and caring for each other. Shelley runs a program which she started, which is called the Whitby Program, Women in the Built Environment. And we know that in Southern Africa, many young female graduates cannot get to professional registration because they fear going to the construction sites. And so from a safety perspective and all that sort of kind of thing, they don't go out there. So they never register as young professionals. They get lost. They get headhunted by financial services or someone else. They're lost to the profession. So Shelley runs a program called Women in the Built Environment, which connects women right across Africa on mobile technology. These women will never meet each other, and every single day they share stories, they share support, they share things around psycho-emotional safety, transition to leadership, trends in technical excellence, those sort of kinds of things. So I think re-educating, and the conversation here about re-education is we need to reconnect people to people. I'm absolutely convinced that we need to do that. Technology will play a role, but technology must just be the enabler for people to connect with people, not to a database or to a set of someone else's curriculum. Because I can put it to you, I am very fearful about the way the world is going and how we are being continuously indoctrinated with people's agendas in Europe and America, and they want us to do certain things. I won't mention some of the acronyms that are out there because I'll probably get shot on the way out. But there are very, very sinister forces out there who are trying to narrow our way of thinking and take the humanity out of us. We're going to fight that, cat and whatever cats fight with. We must connect people to people. And Mercy and I were chatting, and Nida and I were chatting. We want to do work in the Middle East, for instance, where you have women that are culturally disadvantaged from connecting to becoming professionals. Same in Africa. There's a massive knowledge pool in the UK that if you could just connect them to these people, we're busy doing it. We're busy talking to the CITB, the CIOB, these big institutions. They're interesting because they've never thought about connecting people to people. It's connecting people to coursework. That's what they're doing. So I loved your conversation. I liked all the conversation. You were really good. I don't know why you were nervous, because you were brilliant. You came across really genuinely. That was a really good conversation. So I put it to you, is we must go back to what really worked 2,000, 4,000 years ago. Concepts like mentoring, where young people are connected with older people who don't indoctrinate them with the old way of view, but allow them to have a safe place to experiment and learn and not make mistakes, and then get a merging of new technologies, new ideas, new needs, helping the older generation understand what's going on. But collectively as humans, we are far more powerful than any computers. We need computers to get to space and that sort of kind of thing. But to sort out human problems, we need humans. We must never let machines sort out human problems. So educating people must take curriculum and connect people back to people, and we start solving problems. The Africa Agenda 2063 says that Africa must solve African problems with African people. And it's the same thing. The world must solve world problems with world people. That's what we must do. That's it. So that's my, my unprepared speech for you. Thank you very much.
We had an interesting conversation when we first met, because his face is with my name on the sheet. But we're both Marshes. So I think in the past, people were given names because there were too many first names. Therefore, you were told, "Okay, you're Bob by the Marsh." So. Anyway, it's great. Thank you for that wonderful speech. Thank you. So, people to people, that's great. It's great. It's a great way to go. And networks is really where Universal Peace Federation comes in. And we love to have groups like this come together and facilitate it through this forum. And it broadens our networks, and through broadening our networks, our mind also becomes broader and broader. So Mercy just asked me to introduce Lady Nikki Emelike. Please forgive me if I pronounce it wrong. But she is the CEO of Neasden College and an advisor to the Special Advisor on Health in the Imo State Governor, Dr. Okereke Marcelina. I'm using a bio here from the internet. She has a bachelor's degree in business studies and a postgraduate qualification in teaching and learning. She is also trained in adult education, experienced internal framework development from primary curriculum to college establishment with many years of experience. You're a qualified lecturer, CPD, teacher training certified, and overall project consultant with many projects in many states in Nigeria as well as Europe. Her expertise ranges from teaching, training, funding, bidding, primary, secondary, college framework development. You'll have to update your introduction if I missed something out, but please welcome Lady Nikki Emelike. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lady Nikki Emelike. I'm the CEO of Neasden College, Croydon City College, and also Croydon Community College. Well, just like everyone, I didn't come prepared, but however, it's good that I'm seeing everyone talking, so I'm going to actually have the same audience and answer exactly my experiences. If it wasn't for the technology, I wouldn't be here today. Neasden College wouldn't be born, neither other colleges wouldn't be. The reason why I'm saying this is because when I decided to open Neasden College, I had to do my research. And now doing research through online is very, very pivotal and very, very important and vital for you to basically get funding, get to understand what's going on within the UK, and have all the prepared procedures and processes that you need before you set up anything that you need to set up. So I would like to say that technology was very important. And what is online education will be my preferences. Online education is basically learning through internet. So I learned through internet, did all my research in the internet, and made sure that I was going through the process and procedures. But however, when you also do all those things, just like the last gentleman that stated, you need to basically speak with humans. Everyone can write anything they got to write in the internet, but however, you speak with humans, and that's how you connect with people. So online education benefits, and it's really, really important. In Eastern College, we use this in regards to helping and supporting us in COVID era. We had to go online because we couldn't see anybody. Right, so it's really important that we did that because that made our business viable, and also that made us vital to not go into bankruptcy, just like most businesses did at that specific time because of the problems we had with COVID. Remember, we had it for almost 2 years. Imagine if we went in business in 2 years, what happens? And if you're not funded by the public, you go into problems, and your business is closed, and then who knows what happens to you later. But luckily, I went online just before the COVID. I was already going online, and that really, really helped us and supported us. So the impact of the 21st century education and embedding the internet has so much helped everybody. And it goes into, politics as well. Let me just tell you a little bit, that's what's happening in Nigeria. Okay, because we have this internet and online global technology that everyone can communicate to, WhatsApp, to Facebook, we're able to basically, learn, young people are able to learn, and adults are able to learn. So we talk about politics. We have one of the candidates who's looking to be a president of Nigeria, and so he doesn't have basically anything. Let's be clear about that, because if you work in Africa, you understand that it's people to people, and if the global environment have helped and supported him in engineering the young people. And it's through online education to help and support him. And now he's the one trending right now because everyone is thinking who's going to beat him. And his name is Peter Obi in Nigeria. So literally he's heading. But if it wasn't for the technology, believe me, he wouldn't have been where he is right now because nobody would know him. So everyone found out about him by online education. I had to do exactly the same, and all the young people rallied for him to make sure they went against his opponent. And that's exactly what's happening right now. So you see the importance of education, and I always say education, very, very crucial, because by the time you learn and you read certain things, you're able to educate yourself and you actually implement it, and that helps and supports you. Also look at the universities right now. In the last 20 years, universities have been embedding an online education through different invitation to the global world, internationally and also domestically. They can embed a hybrid learning, which is face-to-face and online as well. So internet and learning online has been very, very crucial and helped and supported so many people to basically grow, but also it has a problem as well. And the problem, the social media, and all the learning is that you learn the wrong things sometimes as well. And that's the problem about it. The last gentleman was talking about this as well. When you basically have an online and you're teaching, somebody's training you through online, and you so much believe in the ideology, you can believe in the wrong ideology. You can't believe in the wrong ideology. Very, very important, because by the time people are saying all the untruth and all the lies, it can just be mixed up, and the young people just take it up and just carry it on, and then that becomes a learning for them. So they're believing in that because their ideology is the same with whoever they're supporting. But sometimes it's just boundaries is very important. Truthfulness is very important. I believe in that, because when we're trying to basically think about education and the impact of internet, we have to also think about the areas where it's basically ruined other people's lives, ruined other people's ways in terms of learning, and actually created so much turbulence in people's lives, and also, indirectly killed because of it. Because when you get information wrongly, you then, it's important to understand that we have to grow and we have to get everything sorted out the right way. So right information is very important to us. Important to globalization, and also important to everybody who wants to think about education. So let me also state that the benefits of all the online is very, very important. As I spoken about the the ways in which people have taken technology and moved it to a very wrong way. But however, we also need to understand that, growing and improving through innovation, progress, and making sure that we all stand and become important to each other, we have to understand learning and truthful learning. Thank you.
Yes, you can have question time.
I just wanted to ask a pertinent question to you.
Me? Oh, okay.
I agree with most you're saying.
Yes.
But when it comes to lies or false or fake news, or whatever,
Yeah.
all kinds of things like that happen, and and I know people that are suffering or something. But how do you know? How do you detect that by the time it's true? Or, sorry, my question is, how would you detect and understand that this is fake news? I mean, unless you're aware of every area of work, every area of education, every area, you would not know what it is. And it sounds very good, and by the time the fake news comes, people have gone away with it.
Yes.
Now, this is a danger.
Yes.
I'd rather not see, for me, because I'm not an educator, I'd rather not see the news than see fake news. It might be fake news, and I'm not a gullible person, but if it's reasonable, not everybody has tons of time to do research and things, So it's particularly young people just get away with it, and then it's dangerous. Now, this point of danger must be much more emphasized, as much as the beneficial parts of the online and
Fake news.
fake news.
Thank you so much. You're correct. We have WhatsApps right now, and I've always stated with all the communities within the WhatsApp that, when someone sends a fake news, always go and research online. You will know. Definitely, by the time you Google whatever that information is, it will be it tells you exactly what the truth is. So by the time you know what it is, then you can be able to state that, okay, it is wrong or right. But one thing I can honestly say to you is that, there's so much fake out there. And, and what I do is exactly what you do. So I kind of switch off when I get to, see all this information. But sometimes I do talk about it, and sometimes I do say enough is enough. This is fake. You just know it's fake because they will just create something that is so unbelievable. So you just go on Google and just find that certain information, go on the website, truthful website, and you're able to know what's the truth or not. But that's the way to basically do, yeah.
I'm thinking it's too good to be true, or it's too bad to be true.
It's exactly. So we're living in a world that, fake news is basically making it more than anything else. And they're making quite a lot of money right now in regards to that. So, but however, with all that, we all still know the truth about things anyway.
The past president is standing again.
Yes.
America.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Trump. Donald Trump, right? Yeah, definitely, definitely. I don't think he's going to win. I hope he doesn't win back anyway. So, but thank you very much. Thank you. Any other questions? Or that's it? Thank you.
Hi, thank you for that, Lady Nikki. This is a global conference. We have people joining from India, as I mentioned earlier, to start with, and from across Africa and across Europe. But we have here a very special lady, a very special friend of mine, who's come all the way from Finland, and we're business partners, we're friends, and she's a sister from another mother. So welcome to Francesca Giobi.
First of all, thank you so much, Mercy, for embracing me as a sister, as a woman, as a friend, and as a human being. People to people, it's the most important thing. Well, my name is Francesca Giobi, and on the 8 years ago in Mumbai, I think we have something common, I realized that we are all investing in slave labor, not only with our professionals, but with our consumption. And the AI, the artificial intelligence, will take over the world and people will have no place to work. And this is serious because there are three kinds of people in this world. The ones that make the rules, very high power, the ones that produce and consume in those rules, which are us, the middle classes, and then the ones that only receive, only consume, are the ones in need, that the middle classes need to help them, because the high power don't want to help them because they earn money when people are losing money. So by understanding that, I said, wow, I have to quit my work, fashion, and I have to start studying the problems of people, of real people, small and medium entrepreneurs around the globe, and understand what are their real needs. So to do so, I start to study the cost of the money for them, the cost of the money that they have to consume, to invest in new technologies, production, marketing, sales, consumption, waste, and solidarity. And by understanding that, I developed Freedom Me, which is a social network. I am not a tech person, I'm a salesperson, but which is a social network with a commercial, with 5 people pillars, which is very important. So 5 algorithms to help people that are working into a better technology, a better social skill, a better quality for products and services, a better field, a better water, a better environmental, and a better economic for all, together with the math part of the brain, which is money. So active income, passive income, collaborative income, social income, we have to give back while we are consuming or producing anything, and investment income. I believe when we are the owner of our bank, the owner of our economic system, the owner of our commerce, the owner of our communication, which is education. Because there are 2 kinds of education, and you said so well. One that we are imposed to, that we are indoctrinated to, and the other one that we learn by connecting with people. See, I am half Brazilian, half Italian, and now I'm living in Finland, which is super cold. And by traveling around the globe and understanding people, we all have the same needs. We want to be respected, and we want to have a place in our life to feel productive, to feel that we are something. And we have to stop dividing, you know, black from white, men from women, you know, rich from poor, educated from not educated. We have to unite our consumption, unite our productivity, and this is why I decided to do Freedom E, where we organize all of our commercial assets together to live in this society where money is everywhere. So our commercial assets are, first of all, our knowledge, which is people to people, our content, what we have to say, what we have to give, what we have to help, and then our time. So instead of earning by the hour, we're going to earn with technology through the hour, which is the most important thing. Let's make the technology work for us instead of us working for the owners of the technologies. Mm-hmm. Then the other thing that is extremely important is giving and taking, knowing how to share. And I call that collabocracy. See, I'm terrible in English. I speak 5 languages and I have a problem with them. But I invented this word. And collabocracy, which is people to people, together with Freedom E, which is a simple technology that unite people to people while they're consuming, producing, and they're changing knowledge, which for me, this is education. And we'll never stop learning because we learn every day. It's why I embrace Mercy, and I think she's amazing what she's doing, uniting people, making people to talk. We're not so many here, but imagine how many knowledge, contents, and time we have here to help each other. So for me, knowledge is connectivity. Thank you very much. Yes.
You were telling me downstairs that you're going to show us how you do it.
Yes, I have, it is online, and I develop it, Freedom E. It's a social network with 5 algorithms to connect people with purposes, together with 5 multifunctional incomes for people to earn together while they're putting their knowledge, content together. So I have to show you. And my biggest challenge now is to make people to collabocratize. Yeah, so what I'm doing in Brazil to make it happen, so it's people to people, not technology, is I got this functional chef in Brazil that she's helping people to cure from cancer. Because we have cancer, we have terrible, health because we eat terribly. And she has like PhDs not in Brazil and Italy. And we are uniting, her way of cooking, her way of combining food together with the owners of the food, together with the responsible for the pan, for the oven. So she's earning there in the hour, together with a group of women that are helping women to be in the online, to develop the content, to develop the video edition, to develop the communication online. So we're putting these 2 together. And when they earn money together, we give back for an NGO that is teaching more people to do the same collabocracy using our technology, which is simple, and we need help on it, to make it happen. So,
to advertise kind of.
Yes, but it's very simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. Does anybody have any questions for Francesca? Any questions for Francesca? Okay, so we welcome now Duryodhana. You can come. She's an amazing lady, OBE for Royal Navy. And she's also a colleague of mine like Francesca. We both belong to a women's organization, a global women's organization called HERA. And she is, like me, the UK ambassador, and it's an honor to have her here. Welcome to the stage.
Well, very special lady, I don't know about that. But everyone is special. And the lady before Francesca, didn't get her name because I had just arrived. And Francesca, excellent. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea about this meeting today. This lovely lady has been inviting me several times, and I just couldn't make it. It's my loss. But today I thought, whatever happens, I'm going to come and just hear. And the moment I just came upstairs and she said, you're going to speak. I said, speak about what? She said, speak about yourself. Okay, so what do I speak about myself? I am Duryodhana Ansari. I was born in Pakistan and I was married at the age of 16. And yes, I like to hear that. I have 4 children. And I used to sing in my school and college in Pakistan, but when I came to England in 21st century, I was told that good girls from good families do not sing.
They sing.
Okay, we don't. Well, that was like, about 40 years ago I'm talking to you about. So I kind of said, fine, okay, like a good girl. So I have to behave like a good girl. And I was told that you have to behave like a Pakistani girl. I was never told in Pakistan that you have to behave like a Pakistani girl. So, I just, and for 10 years, I just had no connections with the outside world in that sense. My first daughter was born with hearing impaired. So I thought that is it, my life was completely gone. One day, in a nutshell, one day somebody heard my voice at an event where my in-laws weren't there. So I thought, oh my God, that's a great chance. So I sang. And next thing is I got a call from the BBC that can you take part in the, I didn't even know how to travel by tube, let alone going to the BBC. But I remember my father used to listen to the World Service. Anyway, next thing is I was singing with a very shy voice, and then I was asked to come again, please can you contribute next week as well, and the next week and the week after. And ladies and gentlemen, for the next 22 years, I stayed in the BBC. Obviously, moving forward, making programs. When you get the opportunity, in my life, I've always learned, and I always tell my young generation as well, that grab the opportunity. Grab the time, live in the moment. And what I have heard just now, they're not talking about billions, they're not talking about millions, because it just goes over my head. Yes, I do live in a kind of a big world, whereas the everyday things are not discussed very often. And this is something we are lacking in. Every day, what do we do? How does a mother behave? How does a child behave? How does a 16-year-old or 21-year-old, the teachers or the doctors and people around us, I should behave. That is what we are not. And this is something very interesting. And Mercy, I'm extremely grateful to you that for me just picking me up to say, come, and she trapped me in. She literally said, so what am I doing? You're speaking. Okay, so I'm speaking. I think I can talk. I didn't have obviously good English. I still don't, I consider. And the World Service, I think, made me who I was. I didn't realize that I was growing as a celebrity, because I was interviewing the head of states and the royal families, and you are a producer, you are a presenter, so your profile is going higher. But had I known that this is what happened, because I was worried about my children. I wanted to make sure that my children, who I've seen in the communities, were not growing as they should be. So I literally just paid my attention to my children, as well as this profession that I had obtained, which was, again, I was told that good girls do not work in media. So I wanted to know which is the good girl, because by that time I thought, okay, maybe I'm a bad girl. So, and I just didn't know how to behave like a bad girl. When there is a fire in you, when there's an urge in you, the whole universe is working around it. The whole universe is listening to you. So even if you don't know about it, but you have that urge, you have those capabilities, you have those abilities, and you feel that something is happening somewhere. I am very lucky that I was always headhunted. Like this woman headhunted me. She's standing outside, doesn't even know what I'm talking about. So after what, like World Languages Service, then Outlook program and the Meridian and the World Today and NewsHour gave me that platform that at least I could feel that I existed. And my children at the same time, I was doing 12-hour shift, and then I was coming home, sleeping for 4 hours, making sure my kids were at school on time, and growing at the same time. My daughter, who was hard of hearing, didn't know what to do. She just didn't want to learn anything. Every time a speech therapist came to our place, I used to lock myself in because I didn't want to be connected. This is why we kind of detach ourselves from realities. The reason I'm telling you is that we need to tell our generation, ourselves, connect with the reality, connect with today, connect with the moment that we are living in. And that is, it's a shame sometimes we feel that everything is on paper. People are writing so much is happening, like we're going to do that, which is great because we've got to make plans. I do that as well, but practically, are we actually doing it? That is what Francesca, that I felt extremely connected to her talk, is that something that every single day, the fake news, after 22 years, the earthquake took place in Kashmir side. So I was sent out there because I was also presenting on a television as well. So this one of the television for communities. I was in Kashmir amongst the dead bodies, amongst the most horrendous world that I had ever seen or anybody had seen, the pain, it was just horrible. This is when I realized that I'm not really doing anything. I'm not contributing to this world. I'm not making a difference in people's lives. Again, a week later, when I came back after a month, the British parliamentarians asked me to accompany them to go back to Kashmir. And I was reluctant. No, I've seen enough. I don't want to. I have to do so much here. And my father said, Dardana, you are needed out there. And this is when I felt, okay, when you are feeling like this, the universe, the people around you, they literally find you. The world finds you. The time finds you. And maybe you were made for that. I didn't know I was made for a charity. I was a broadcaster. I had no idea what charities do. Next thing is I'm appointed as a director of a charity. Which one? It was called the Women's Project, EMF. And I had, again, no idea. And all I was doing, fine, you're giving me a salary. That's all I was at that time interested, that at least. But the project was so interesting that they asked me to, after 7/7 bombing in London, they were looking for a Muslim, I'm a Muslim. So they were looking for a powerful Muslim woman. I never thought I was. I never think anything like that. But anyway, so that pilot project took us, with my team, it's not me, I wouldn't say that I've done it, but yes, I was leading it. We managed to get more than 9,000 women across the country in Britain who were learning basic English, basic IT, and I was also growing with them. And then cultural activities. They're ladies who have some skills and they're not doing anything. They're simply cut off from the mainstream. So what we were doing is that, teaching them some sort of artwork, as embroidery or whatever line, or beauty therapy, which women are very good. So communication is absolutely important for us. We don't communicate with our people. We do not communicate with our neighbors, or even our children. We have no idea how to look into somebody's eyes and say, here I am, and this is how we can connect. Forget about the colors, forget about the gender, forget about which world you're coming from. Humanity. Live for humanity. And I think that's what I have learned throughout my life. And what happened after the charity, okay? They did not have any money or whatever. They closed down. And I carried on as a Pearl Education Foundation. Carried on. It was exhausting. My children said, Ammi, how are you doing it? You don't have any money. Okay, whatever little money we did, we set up centers in Luton. And so the centers were like in Bolton, in Bristol, in Birmingham, in Manchester, in East London, and North London. So what I was trying to do is to connect with the local councils and also universities. So we were looking for teachers who could come, and in that subject, they can come and connect with those young ladies who were really eager to learn, and they wanted to play a role. So this is how it all worked. Next thing is that I go to, when you are in OBE, where I received my OBE in 2012 from Her Majesty the Queen. To be honest with you, I had no idea what OBE meant. So I was really, 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 really grateful. This country has given us, sorry? It means I'm a bad girl. So, and then after that, I was appointed by Her Majesty again, with her consent, as a Lieutenant Commander of the Royal Navy. What does that mean? I'm looking at the letter, the similar kind of yellowish letter with green handwriting, and you just stand there and you look at it. And I rang my son. I said, Samad, this is the kind of a letter I've received. Congratulations, Ammi. Go for it. Next thing is I'm being like a James Bond, and they're doing all my uniform and 10 kind of uniforms. And what do? Lavish dinners and amazing, interesting, very interesting engagements. No, this is when I thought, okay, let's try and work. So I now work as ambassador to a few things, but what do you call that? Advisor to the High Command of Royal Navy on diversity and inclusion. So this is kind of, I think, Mercy, are you okay with that? Yes, that's fine. Okay, so here I am. Lovely to hear this Universal Peace Federation. And anything I can do, I will be obliged. Thank you. No questions. Now, tell me, am I a bad girl or a good girl?
If you are a good girl, please sing. Please sing. Yes.
Oh, you won't understand.
Absolutely.
I was lying. You won't understand, darling.
I will understand. Believe me.
Why are you coming here?
My husband is Indian. I know some.
Okay.
Urdu or whatever.
Okay. What song did he know? Which song?
Many songs, but
Which one?
Anything you like. Everybody clap.
Don't clap before. Oh God. I have just done a rehearsal with the Royal Navy band, and we are preparing a song. So I gave them a tune before I went on to conference on QE in New York, just last month, early this month. So when I came back, this tune was there, and I went and we still haven't. It hasn't come out as yet. Okay, sad song though. I sing. But this woman is urging for her lover to please come back to me. Aaja, aaja, मेरा दिल ये पुकारे आजा, मेरे गम के सहारे आजा, भीगा भीगा है समा, ऐसे में है तू कहाँ, मेरा दिल ये पुकारे आजा, तू नहीं तो ये रुत ये हवा क्या करूं क्या करूं तू नहीं तो ये रुत ये हवा क्या करूं दूर तुझसे मैं रह के बता क्या करूं सुना सुना है जहां अब जाऊं मैं कहाँ बस इतना मुझे समझा जा भीगा भीगा है समा ऐसे में है तू कहाँ मेरा दिल ये पुकारे आजा मेरे गम के सहारे आजा भीगा भीगा है समा ऐसे में है तू कहाँ मेरा दिल ये पुकारे आजा sorry
Thank you for that. Women power. We've had very powerful women, and as an ambassador to two women's organisations, I'm very passionate about women. So I will now call another. Do take the jewelry, you deserve it. It's a goodwill gesture. We're just having a gift being shared here with our wonderful singer. So as we're talking about women power, I would like to invite Shelley and for her to come and speak. A woman in a men's world. We clap for Shelley. Shelley Marsh.
Thanks, Mercy.
Thank you.
Putting everyone on the spot today. I think Mercy's putting everyone on the spot today. I think Philip, who's my partner in work and life, has explained what we do from a technology perspective. But basically, I've worked most of my life looking and supporting women in the workplace. I started out as a civil engineer in a very lonely place, because when I was studying many years ago, I was the only woman in the class and faced a lot of challenges around that. So from a very early age, I always looked at what women struggled with and why they weren't supported and how they could be supported. So fast forward to today, I am heading up something called WINS, which is the Women In series, which is underpinned by our technology platform. But it's where I can connect women in their sector. So Phil alluded to women in the built environment because we have credibility there. But I want to have women in law, women in accounting, women in, and the way that our platform works, there will be conversations of context that are relevant to that sector and involving women in that sector to speak to each other. And from that, we can gather very important data around what are those conversations actually about? What is it that women actually need? Not a survey that was run or a bit of content or somebody wrote an article. And there's lots of women leadership platforms and groups and seminars, etc. But it's all shoving information down to women. I want to have women to have a voice, and they have it on the platform that we've got. And from that, we can actually generate connection and networks amongst women that they don't traditionally have, and let them have the conversations that they need to have. So that's really the work that I do. Thanks very much.
Hello, I'm back. So we're now going to have Sean, and then we're going to take a break after Sean Deere comes to speak. Welcome, Sean. Thank you.
Wow. I'm truly inspired, this morning, having heard the speakers that have gone on before myself. And I must say, firstly, I want to commend Mercy for putting on this forum today. I mean, I met Mercy during the lockdown, where she asked me to participate in a webinar. And it's her passion that really, I think, has drawn me here this morning, because she's so selfless and behind the scenes doing work and inspiring others and encouraging others and creating advantage for others. And it truly is inspiring, Mercy. And I have a gift for you. I'll give it to you in a minute.
So before you go, which from your stick for your presentation?
Oh, forget this. I'm just going to speak from the heart. I did have slides, but I'm going to just speak from the heart. I'm going to speak from the heart. As an HR professional, that's why I worked in HR for many years. I studied human resources at university and international business. And I worked in the corporate world for many years. And I understand the importance of us giving a competitive edge through people. There's nothing like harnessing. You kicked off so well, Bernie, in harnessing the power of people to achieve wider outcomes. And I'm going to tell you and just share my personal story before I talk about the work that I do in education. So my dad used to tell me as a child, don't let anybody tell you what you can do in life. Bernie, just like yourself, I was born here, but I grew up in Jamaica. And I came back here 18 years ago. I also studied in America and worked in the corporate world there and stuff. And then what happened was my dad, I understood the magnitude of that statement when I heard and learned his story. And what had happened was in 1962, he landed in Britain, in Nottingham, where my grandmother lived, and she was part of the Windrush generation, and she sent for him, as a child. He arrived here at age 13. And what they used to do then, sadly, in Britain was a lot of the kids from, let's say from the Caribbean and the subcontinent used to be immediately just put into what they call the dunce stream at school, the dunce stream at school. But my grandmother, who had no formal education, she just worked in the textile mills in Nottingham. Nottingham is well known for the textile industry. She marched down to the school in her Sunday best, and she said to the head teacher at the time, "You're not putting my son in the dunce stream." And he said, "Mrs. Forsyth," he tried to rationalize his actions. "Mrs. Forsyth, these young men, they come from the Caribbean. They need time to assimilate. You can't just put them in the..." And she said, "You're not putting him in the dunce stream because he's not dunce." And I don't think anyone had ever stood up to him like that before. And what ended up happening was, he said, "All right, we'll put him in the second brightest stream." And they did. And by the end of the term, he was the brightest boy in the year. And he ended up becoming the first blackhead boy of the school. And went on to accomplish a number of firsts, including the first black boy to play Nottingham All Schools cricket. So he used to play cricket at the Trent Bridge ground. If some of you follow cricket, he used to train there. And then he went on to college. Now at college, there was another teacher who said to him, he used to say the same things to the guys from disadvantaged backgrounds. And up until then, my dad said his ambition was just to become a civil servant. He said, if I could get a job in the civil service or a nice admin job, I'd be all right. But when that teacher said that to him, something clicked. Because he told him, you're not university material. He told him that specifically. And something just switched on, a light bulb switched on. And he said, you know what, I'm just going to prove you wrong. And what ended up happening was he achieved to date, up until a few years ago, he had the highest scores ever in A-levels for one of his science subjects. He studied science, and he went on to university, but he was the first from his generation of those children of the Windrush generation in the early 60s to go to enter higher education in Nottingham. And I never used to understand as a child when we ended up moving to Jamaica because he got a job in Jamaica after he did his postgraduate studies. But I never used to understand why when I would visit my grandmother in Nottingham, why so many people wanted to talk to him. And it was because they used to say, you know, there was a guy a generation ago who went to university and you can actually do it also. And you know, my grandmother's living room used to be packed with people, and I never used to understand why, as a child, why that was, until I understood the magnitude of the fullness of his story. Fast forward, I guess maybe years later, I was studying in America. My parents had separated, and I went to live with my mom in Philadelphia. And when it came time to go to university, I had a guidance counselor. Despite my being on the honor roll at school, I mean, I played on the football team, not American football, our football, the real football. And she was telling me that, oh, you're not university material. And I actually applied very late for university because in America, it's slightly different. You know, some of you, if you're familiar, they've got the community college system and the university system. She was telling me, but you can go to community college, but what ended up happening was my dad came over for graduation. And when he found out what was going on, he marched me down to the place. So let's have a word with that guidance counselor. And he went to her office, explained, look, you know, what's happening here. And of course, she changed her tune completely when she saw how serious and knowledgeable he was. The long and short of it was I applied at the last possible date, but I did get into Temple University in Philadelphia. And that's where I did a dual honors, I guess they would call it here, in international business and human resources. Moved back to the UK in 2004 and, you know, worked, started life here, etc. Cared for my grandmother, who was at the time, she was in the last stages of her life. And I was invited to an organization called Black Boys Can at the time to do some work, you know, with them, freelance. And Dr. Sharon Byfield, who actually, Mercy, she sends her greetings, today to you. Dr. Byfield, I was invited by Dr. Byfield to become a part of the organization, Black Boys Can at the time. The umbrella name now is XL3. But I'll tell you about the power of harnessing people and communities and what we've accomplished in education. XL3, Black Boys Can, was the flagship project that started in 1999. And at the time, Dr. Byfield was she just finished or was pursuing her PhD at Oxford. And in her local church, there were these young boys, mainly from, you know, Afro-Caribbean backgrounds at the time, who were deriving the least benefit from the educational system. Having a lot of trouble at school. And she went to some professionals in the church and said, what about if we gave up 6 weeks for one summer to work with these boys, giving them teaching them in remedial math, English, visits to places of interest. What about if we just would you be willing to sacrifice your time? Because they're all professionals, you know, they're all very successful in their own respective areas of specialism. And they said, yeah, fine. And then she approached the church and said, look, could we use the church as the host venue for these sessions? And the church said, yeah, sure. In fact, we'll do a fundraiser for you. And then she went to the parents of these boys, and they were all too happy. I would say, yeah, take them for 6 weeks. That's fine, take them. But guess who wasn't happy? The boys themselves. Because, I mean, imagine as a child to give up 6 weeks of your summer to do maths and English. They weren't very happy. And the church raised £200, and I think they said by the time they bought refreshments and resources and everything, it was down to £100. But that's how the organization started, with £100 and goodwill. And what ended up happening was the first 2 weeks were rocky. But after the first 2 weeks, the boys started to really enjoy everything that was being delivered. And I must acknowledge the presence of my colleague, Dr. Trevor Adams. He's here because we've worked together on a lot of, nationally in a lot of projects. But what ended up happening was after 2 weeks, the boys really enjoyed what was being delivered. And somehow, there's a publication, for those of you who work in education, the Financial Times, they have an educational supplement, comes out every Friday. Somehow they got wind of this project in Birmingham and sent a reporter. Now, naively at the time, she thought, well, maybe it might be a small mention in the educational supplement, maybe a back page or something. But it was on the front page of the Times Educational Supplement, this project in Birmingham. And then calls started coming from all over the world, from Harvard University, from academics, from, what is it you're doing? You know, I mean, what's going on here? And the penny dropped. She said, well, if we could do it here, why not replicate it and do it around the country? And then what ended up happening was she created what we call a community franchise model. And that's where I came in, because I became the regional manager for the north of England. So what we would do is we train up volunteers, a lot from churches and just community groups, etc. And we only charged £500. The resources that we gave them were worth probably £20,000, but we only charged, because that was not our way of making money. What we did was £500 for just a community franchise fee, and we'd come for 2 days, train you up, give you all the policies, everything, and basically, you know, just equip you to go and function. And what we said is we'd operate according to a 4-pillar strategy. We said that we couldn't just work with young people, but of course, if you're going to work with young people, you need to engage the parents, you need to engage mainstream education, and the community. And those are the 4 pillars for everything that we've delivered over the last 23 years. At our height, I think we had about 27 community franchises around the country. And then people like Oxford University came knocking on the door saying, listen, could you help us with our engagement strategy for persons from Black and minority ethnic backgrounds? So we ran the Black Oxford program. Dr. Adams, my colleague who's here, was very instrumental in that. And where we give the young people peer mentors and support. And the whole idea was to take them on a journey over 4 years, so that when they came to year 13, when it was time to apply for university, they'd experienced higher education, they'd stayed at Oxford, they'd stayed at Cambridge, they understood that the prospect, it really isn't that, demystifying the whole process. Yeah. So what we said is, even if you don't go to Oxford or Cambridge, higher education, you know, you're not intimidated by matriculating or going into higher education. And many of those boys now, some went to Oxford, some went to Cambridge, but they went to top universities. They're full-fledged, very successful professionals today, many years later. But then, we always had, people started saying, well, hang on, I know you're working with the boys, but what about girls? What about kids, what about Bangladeshi, Pakistani, you know, Afghani? Well, you know, what about other ethnic groups? And so we formed other projects, one of which I actually oversee. It's called the Apex Universities Program. And this is exclusively for high-achieving kids from disadvantaged backgrounds where neither parent has ever been to university. And what we do is they apply, and again, we work with them from year 9 onwards, basically right through to year 13. And what we do is we basically get the best practitioners to deliver GCSE master classes. We teach them things like speed reading, to help them with revision techniques, etc. And everything that we deliver is in partnership with Oxbridge. So they get used to going to and being in that environment. And we actually speak to the universities and say, look, you have to kind of understand that these kids, first of all, to get them here is a big deal. What we need to do is tailor the program, you know, to them to make them feel as comfortable as possible when they're here. And again, I mean, we have a very high success rate in terms of upwards of 90, 95% in some years of the year 13 students matriculate into higher education. Of that number, about half are to the Russell Group universities. So we've got kids that gone through Oxford, Cambridge, Imperial, you name it, you know. And when we do visits to these places, I can take the phone up and call them and say, would you come and speak to the group, you know, for us? Because seeing someone that's from their background is very, 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 very empowering. So, you know, and nothing beats having a child that you've worked with for many years come back to you and say, you know, thank you. Because, and even a parent coming back to you and saying, thank you, because you've changed the trajectory, not only of my child, but future generations, because higher education has now become a reality. We always had it as our long-term vision to have our own school. And when we say a school, we don't mean a school for black or whatever, a school with a Christian ethos. And in 2015, that became a reality. We basically were granted free school status, and we opened the first Christian free school in Birmingham. It's called the King Solomon International Business School. And the whole idea is to get the young people who attend the school to see themselves as living, working, and trading in a global environment. We are global citizens, right? And that's basically, the school was launched. It still exists today. And from that £200, what's astounding, it's funny, we're Christian, we have a Christian-based organization. We're on Lord Street, the school. And so we're actually on Lord Street. When we got there, we thought, oh, hang on, But the government, remember, we started with £200, £100 by the time we paid for refreshments, and the DFE refurbished that building to the tune of £10 million for us, from just a dream and a single idea. And yes, we have brought in digital technology and tried to digitize everything. I mean, I've struck up partnerships with like MIT, so we use their business case studies, for the students, for those who are interested in business. And we bring in, yesterday we had the Voice of America, for those of you who are familiar with. We had the coverage editor for the Voice of America talking to the kids about international journalism, etc. And the whole idea is because the kids in our catchment area come from the most deprived areas, some of the most deprived areas in Birmingham, even nationally. You look at the statistics. But what we've said to them is, look, don't let that be a barrier, right? Don't let that be a barrier. With God, everything is possible. And the thing about it is that these kids know, they're confident. When I take them to Cambridge, Oxford, to debating competitions, what have you, very confident, and they represent the school well. In fact, we've got quite a few testimonials from Oxbridge about how brilliant our students are, and stuff. So we have our own school. Excellent. But then, recently, during the lockdown, a lot of the disparity and the sort of where ethnic minorities are concerned, and there's a big thing about on corporate boards, the representation of persons from black and minority ethnic backgrounds. It's really abysmal, in terms of the percentage as it relates to the population here in England. So worked with Dr. Byfield, Dr. Adams, and others on our team. And what we did was we came up with the first course for professionals and graduates from black and minority ethnic backgrounds to equip them specifically to serve on corporate boards and also in senior management and executive roles in organizations. And it's called Dynamic Leadership Against the Odds. And it's the first course of its kind approved by the Institute of Leadership and Management. So when the persons who come onto that course finish the course, they actually not just complete the course, but they get letters behind their names. So they become members of the Institute of Leadership and Management. And if they so desire, they can go on to attain fellowships, the fellowship program. So that's what we've done, and that's our latest initiative. And we're really proud because we've got our first group of students now, young professionals. I can't say students anymore because they're young professionals, of young professionals who are actually going through the course as we speak right now. So I think that's who we are and that's what we do. And I think you can never underestimate the power of just harnessing people, and bringing people together to achieve a common goal. In fact, it was God who said in Genesis, when they tried to build the Tower of Babel, if these people being of one heart and one mind come together to do anything, nothing will be impossible. So, yeah, that's my few words for today. Thank you very much for your attention. I'd just like to, before I come down, Francesca, could you do me a favor? Funny you should say that. I'm sorry. No, Mercy. This is from Dr. Byfield herself. She asked me to give this to you. I'll just show everyone what it is. It's a copy of her book that's just been published. It's called Compelling the Fight for Faith School. And in it, she documents the challenges, everything I've just told you, where we are now, and the fact that our school is in existence by faith and perseverance. So from Dr. Byfield to you. I'm sorry I didn't have a better bag, my apologies.
Thank you. Thank you. And before you go, any questions?
Dr. Byfield? Oh, she's in Birmingham. No, we're Birmingham based, yeah. So, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Now, from 100, how did you get to millions?
The 10 million?
Funding.
The funding. So when we got approved for free school status, when you get approved as a free school, the Department for Education, they'll help you to secure buildings, etc., and help you to support your staffing, etc. And yeah. So when we're walking in the building, myself, Dr. Adams, and others, we know the struggles and the community projects we've worked on. It's astounding. People actually shed tears who've known the journey that we've come from, to see that we're standing in this building has been refurbished to the tune of £10 million from £200 in Birmingham. We can speak if you want to come on a visit one day. We can arrange that.
If we know people that are eligible, can we contact you?
Sure.
I'm young boys and girls.
Okay, yeah, sure.
For Mercy to say thank you very much. She's brave, and this is to say thank you. Thank
you. Okay, I just wanted to say to Sean that I know he's doing an amazing work, especially as a mum of 4 boys, that it's very, very difficult here in the UK having 4 black boys in the UK, let alone in London, with the statistics for gang crime, knife crime, and also for self-fulfilling prophecies, that you do amazing work. So if people out there who want to connect with what you're doing, can you let people know how they can connect? Because I know we've worked together for a bit, and you've asked me to put forward mentors for your program and various other programs, your women leadership program as well.
Yeah. Sure. So if anyone wants to contact us, just visit the website, www.excel, like the spreadsheet, with 2 L's, and the number 3.org. And just click on the link for any one of the programs, or just click on our inquiry form, and it'll come through via email. And yeah, we'll get in touch with you. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're going to take a break, but for those who are watching from overseas, you're able to email and ask for any of our speakers. They're offering to do partnerships with people overseas and people here. If you have questions in education, for any of them, do send them through even now whilst we're on break, and then we'll come back in about 30 minutes.
Are you coming back here?
Yeah.
Other speakers? Yeah, other speakers, or do you want to have discussion? Which ones? I just wanted to say something while there's a few people in the house. A few big people in the house. Okay. I was very touched with starting with Bernie and followed by Philip and others. Madame, no, I don't know her name. What's your name? No, Nikki, I know. You just came, but I didn't catch your name. Madame Necklace, what's your name? Necklace. No, what's your name? Durdan, okay. Durdana, amazing story. My husband is from India, was, but he always used to listen to BBC World Service. And I enjoyed it so much because you could learn about the little villages, something happens, and you really connect to the world if you take it seriously. And his kind of cousin is still alive and comes to our house, and every time he comes to my daughter's house, he comes because it's a bigger house. So he comes there every time he puts, the World Service. And I remember my husband. It's very sweet, and what you're doing is great. Thank you very much, and everybody. Francesca and the teacher, I forgot your name, and Nikki and everybody. The last speaker is touching. I really want to work with you. But what I wanted to say is, what is most important to me, I'm not in education, but it interests me. But education also is like life education, I mean, I in this my 70, it's going to be 76 very soon, years, I learn things as I go along. But what I learned the most is that the most important thing in your life is people. The most important thing in your life. And the value of good people is immense. How they affect you, how they can... And where I learned to do it naturally, but it is our job, is UPF. In UPF, if you see yesterday, I think Bernie was there, and a few people were there, you cannot see any uniform color or shape or age or completely like right now, a little bit, and more. Always we have a selection of people, but we're not selecting, they just come. It's because where they find each other, where they learn from each other. There's years, I've been in here for years, but for years after people come and say, hey, Margaret, you introduced me to, for example, Nikki. We're doing a business together, etc. And you're so inspired, isn't it? We have to bring people together, but not say, oh, he must come to him. We just write to our ambassadors for peace or people, and they just come, right? So therefore, they find the other. They found the person that they didn't know, that they were just like them, that the Muslim person was as sacred as a Christian person, if you see what I mean. You find new things, and you find new experiences, and you connect. You start even loving what you didn't think is lovable, So I feel what Bernie said is absolutely spot on, and it was echoed by others. I think, for example, Mrs. Shelley said is doing all these things for the women. Now, what would be good, in my simple opinion, is that after you do connectivity, like say we are here and they're in Botswana, you have to have people in Botswana connecting them to each other. This is what I mean. Otherwise, the value of what you're doing is less, isn't it? If they have people that know what connectivity is, how to bring them together, and not just in the if you like, online, etc. If we could, you could raise money to do that kind of thing, it would be invaluable, So, for example, we can connect people to go to Africa, etc. And because we have UPF there, we can say to them, oh, these guys maybe need something, can you do that? There is some little, it's not completely official, but because we have people all over the world, we can say, we have a project with these people, can you try to help, etc. But if you do it really officially, it would be such a good thing to do. With all the things that you're all doing in the technological world, to supplement it with good people, trying to bring people together that you are helping. And I can tell you, I know that people are very important, because after COVID, every single person that I spoke to or had anything to do with, I was thinking of somebody who lives alone, and then she came to see me. She said to me, the fact that you invited me, although COVID wasn't over, and gave me a hug, it made my COVID, okay. It's all people need is love and connectivity and, oh, I'm from Lebanon. Oh, I've been to Nigeria. Oh, you're from Nigeria. It's small things. And the decision in my heart that I want to help, not do anything, kind of, for me, it's I want to help. If I'm not talking about me, one wants to help. That person will be amazing connectivity person, you know? So therefore, I urge you to listen to this, to yourselves, if you like, and really do just that. Not just be on the telephone. I mean, I used to call my husband a computer man. And through me, he connected to everybody because he is a scholar. He had double PhD. He loves teaching. He loves learning. Until his dying day, he learned all the languages of the internet by himself. Not internet, what are they called? What are they? Yeah, programming. Yeah, all the languages he's learned, all. And he could teach them to young people. And those young people have great jobs now. But that's not enough. You have to talk to them. You have to, what you said, Philip, about the old wisdom, I always say, somebody said to me, my son said to their daughters, Grandma knows that better, go to ask him, or go ask her. Now that, I was really touched, it's a little thing, it's my granddaughter. And she came to me, yeah, Daddy said that I should talk to you about this. And she said to me, and her question was, why do you think God is good? I was so surprised because they're not terribly religious. And it was at school something. I was so surprised. And what I answered her, she got highest remarks from the school, just because I know something about my life of faith. And I know that I didn't believe before, now I believe. It's that kind of thing. And what's important for me, for God and spirituality, I told her. She wrote it in her own way, and she got top marks. Oh, I'm somebody. You know what I mean? We have so much knowledge. That's a small thing. But we have so much knowledge more than that we can pass on, not just to our children, grandchildren, to our neighbors, to other people's children, and to anybody that wants it. Yeah. So I urge this point from Bernie yesterday also, she was talking, and you and others, about people's value, and to really treasure good people. Yeah, thank you very much. Like today. Now we can eat, huh? Because Nidat got some food for you. Order. I've got three. When can I come to your place and fix that? Yeah, this is Robin. Robin is the Secretary General. He was ignoring me. He's Secretary General. And I am one of the from Nigeria, and she was a chef. Yeah.
You'll come back.
So I can get over certain elements of racism type stuff. By just stealing the story a little bit, so we don't directly connect to that. People understand the bits, just get the message out there. So I use them for that sort of thing as well. But I mean, this year Chinese were not being refugees. They came over to the UK. The parents lost 17,000. Mr. Fix's hands, the doctor. They just stole him from the airport to the airport. So they had to smuggle him to get to the UK. And the girls at 13 were working in restaurants and stuff. Pretending they were 16. Anybody could be you too. And their parents came down to Swansea with it. Their parents obviously know their story because they've lived it. But they actually were in tears listening to them girls talk, and they broke down talking. And it's over 1 million views. And 1 million views there, and they're talking on the tech platform. Right?
Let's go down
And see what.
I think there's some.
There's something from somewhere, I think. But this has been very good as well today, Rob, as well.
Yeah.
Listen to all the different things that people are doing.
Yeah.
Really is.
This has been doing quite a bit of work. Can you edit post?
You can see the live video is what it is. This is the post. So you can add something here. But
So,
still
maybe I can do that on my you see. Just for identity protection, so that protect. But actually, it was also very good because if people send me messages, I had a bit more time to respond. It's so funny. But just a couple of days. Yeah, just convenient. Yeah, strategically disconnected.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're back and we've digested some food and we've digested mentally a lot of wisdom from so many amazing speakers. So we're back now to hear a couple of more speakers and to just discuss some of the things that we've been speaking about here today. We have joining with us Dr. Larry Jones, and he's an academic who has a business school. And he's also got, I believe, 34 degrees. When we're talking about rethinking education, that is certainly rethinking education in multiple, not just multiple ways, many ways. So we just wait for Dr. Jones, who will be joining us online. Okay, so for the delay, so yet again I introduce Dr. Larry Jones, joining us from online.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this very important conference. I'm so sorry I've been in a different examination room all day today, so I'm so glad to be part of this important conference. My name is Dr. Lawrence Jones Aston. I'm a senior lecturer at the York St. John's University and also a module director at that university as well, but also the proprietor and chairman for the London Academy Business School in London and also in Nigeria and Dubai. So obviously being part of this conference is a very important thing for me because we have a project that I want to introduce to you, which is called the E-Village. E-Village is a very, very interesting project, which is designed to help young youth of African to do so much with themselves. So I believe we're looking for collaborators and partners who can help us achieve the goal. Why is this so important? Nigeria is currently one of the countries that you have the citizens. 60% of the citizens are youth, 18 years old and above. So in one way or the other, we would say youth are actually one of the raw material for Nigeria. And I believe everyone in the room who have the mind to invest in Africa and to help young people to become who they want to be should join our program. And I will send my contact details of how we can be reached in this case. What have we done so far? We've bought about 700 acres of land where the village will actually be situated in about a mile from Lagos State in Nigeria. And that is also the governor of that state is actually very much behind the program. And I believe that if you see the blueprint of the program, it will basically make you shudder. And I believe it's important, and I'm ready to send information out to a whole lot of people who want to become part of this program. Why do we say so? Nigerians are very entrepreneurial. And this E-Village, that is Entrepreneurship Village, is designed to help young people to become who they want to be. These young individuals have no government grants or what they can fall back on. They have to survive on their own, and you cannot believe what they do. And if you look at the skills that they actually exhibit on the street of Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, or other places in Nigeria, we think that country is actually ripe to invest in. And I hope the new government of Nigeria will make it easy for people to actually do business in there. But we have collaborators who have actually invested so much in helping young Nigerians. So the product we will be selling in terms of education will be easily accessible to many people. Let me give you an example of what has happened in the last 3 to 4 months. 76,000 Nigerians have come to the UK to study. Because, why is that so important? When 2 million people apply for university places in Nigeria, only 500,000 get a place. So 1.5 million people are left on the streets every year. And that in itself, the deficit. Let me compare that to the US. US currently have over 330 million people in terms of population, but they have over 5,000 universities. And so therefore, they can afford to train as many as possible. But let's compare that with Nigeria. Nigeria currently have, in my calculation, over 200 million people, and they have only 179 universities. So that shows a huge deficit, 200 million with only 179 universities. So what they have to, the youth have to go to Ghana, Cotonou, other neighboring countries, or the UK, Australia, and the USA to study. And we believe the amount of money they're spending overseas to go overseas and study can be invested and spent to also groom and grow the economy of Nigeria. So we want people on this platform today to see an opportunity in Nigeria and where you can invest in young people
And please partner with us. And I'm very, very happy and thankful to Mercy for organizing this laudable event that can help people to see opportunity that's actually available in West of Africa. So please, if I say, my name is Dr. Larry Jones Essen, and my email address, send it through the chat and also send it to Mercy so we can all come together and create a better world for all of us. We can stop crime, we can start development in Africa and share the good practice that you all have in that room with the African people. Africa could be the best place to be because they have the resources, oil, gold, diamond, and the people. Why can't we all work together to create a better world, one world? So I want to leave a little phrase with you that I'd like you to take away. It says, a small group of committed individuals can change the world. And those individuals must be willing to do today what others will not do, so that we can have tomorrow what others will not have. We have the opportunity now to change the narratives. Africa is not just in for AIDS. We need jobs. We need to create jobs and make things work for the African young people. So thank you so much for your time today. And I hope we'll meet together again soon to share the same dream and aspiration we have for the continent of Africa, where I believe that is the future of the world. Thank you for your time today. Thank you. Hand over now to the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Larry Jones. And yes, if anybody has any inquiries about London Business School and e-learning and e-village, do get in touch, and you can watch this summit back on YouTube. It will still be there. Next, we have Dr. Trevor, and a very good friend of mine. I remember during COVID, we could talk for hours on so many intellectual things. He's a man of wisdom, and when it says wisdom is the principal things, I would say Dr. Trevor is the man. Welcome. Thank you.
Wow, it's such a privilege to be amongst such a rich collection of people, wisdom, insights, and knowledge. I'm not too sure which direction I am going to go, but first of all, I would like to apologize for being late this morning. The reason why I was late is because I accompanied a mum with her daughter to a school because her daughter had been transferred from one school to the next, and she was being settled into the school. And so I accompanied the mum to the school. Why did I go with the mum? I went with the mum because since about 2015, 2016, I have been working with mums and sons, single mums, working with the child, working with the family in order to raise the aspirations and attainment of those young people. And if we are going to think about rethinking about education, we are going to have to think about education in the terms of human flourishing, people flourishing. When I go into schools, the children are quite taken back by the fact of the way that I'm introduced. I'm either introduced as Pastor Adams or Dr. Adams. For 20-something years, 23 years, I was a minister of a local church, and at the same time, I was a director of a charitable organization. And one of the projects that Sean, my colleague, spoke about was the Black Boys Can project, working with black boys within the community to raise their aspirations and raise their attainment. And then we extend it to working with girls as well. So why do I do it? Why do I do it? Well, I do it because when I look at every child that I see, I can see myself, especially those children who are labeled as being disruptive. I wasn't a disruptive child. In fact, I was quite a good child. But I think about my journey. I was born in Guyana, South America, and I came in the late 1960s. And what was said about the way that black children were treated within the education system is so correct. I was put into the bottom classes. In Guyana, I started my education at 3 years old. I was fortunate because my parents had come to the UK. I was with my grandmother, and my grandmother valued education, absolutely valued education. And so I was very advanced for my age. When I came to England, my education was pushed back. Not only that, when I also look at some of the children that I work with, lots of them come from broken homes. I get that because I came also from a broken home. When I left school, and those who can remember the days of the O-levels and the CSEs, when I left school with CSE 1 English and CSE 1 Economics, and that was all. But I remembered from my early formative years that I wanted to go to university. I didn't get to go to university until I was 46 years old. I didn't do a first degree. I went straight on to doing a master's at university. And I loved it so much that when my master's had finished, I went on to do a doctorate. My peers on the masters, they were just so glad that it finished. I was just getting warmed up. So when it finished, I was just so glad to do the doctorate. And the thesis for my doctorate was my life, was my journey, was my journey. And people say, well, you can't study. You do a doctorate and you can't study your life. But I said, yes, you can do. Because I wanted to know, how is it that a black boy left school with 2 CSEs and then is able to achieve a doctorate? And I said to young people, take a good look at my head. I haven't had a brain transplant. When I go into the classroom, the interaction between me and those young people, it goes like this. Right, okay, why are you here? I ask them. Well, we are here because of our behavior. Right, they look at each other and they can see we are here because of our behavior. And I would say to them, what is it about your behavior? I mean, the school have already told me. But I say to them, what is it about your behavior that is bad? Because I want to know, because I don't work with children who are badly behaved. I don't work with children who badly behave. So now they're looking at me wondering, why is this guy here? Why is he here? And then after they tell me why they get into trouble, etc., I then say to them, okay, let me tell you who I work with. I work with geniuses who don't know that they're geniuses, and because they don't know that they're geniuses, they mess about, they misbehave. So then I say to them, why am I here? Why am I here? And they will respond, but my words to them is this: let me tell you why I'm here. I'm here to bring out the genius in you. I'm here to bring out the genius in you. Rethinking education. Education comes from the word educare. Educare, to educe, to bring out, not to put in. To educe, to bring out, not to put in. And what that means What that means is that every single child that comes into this world is born with amazing, enormous potential. Every single child that comes into this world is born with enormous potential. Every child that comes into the world is a gift to the world. It's a gift to the world. And if we are going to rethink education, we need to start off with that gift, that child that's come into this world. And it's for us to discover where do they naturally lean towards, and then to work with them to help them bring out their potential, to bring out the genius inside of them. Now, how do I know that there is a genius in every child? Well, my faith tells me that every single person is born with potential, but the difference is the education system not recognizing that every child is born with potential. At school, and if you can remember the days, we were put into sets. I think I was next to not quite the bottom, but the second from the bottom, into set. And notice the word that we use, sets. So in other words, when we put a young person in a set, we're telling them you are set. This is where you are. You are set, okay? And they begin to think and reflect on that. Well, I'm not as bright as a person in the first set. And I tell them you are. You are. Because your brain, you have 100 billion brain cells. 100 billion brain cells. And scientists tell us that when we die, we only use a fraction of it. We only use a fraction of our potential, only a fraction of that brain power. So, in order for us to rethink education, we have to start with the child. The human brain is amazing. The human brain is amazing. I said to a child, at what age did you start to speak? What age did you start to speak? And they would say, sir, roughly about 15 months to 2 years. And I asked them, did you go to school to learn to speak English or whatever language? In 2 years, a child has come into this world, never stepped into school, never stepped into university, and they can speak a language. Let's try and learn another language now as adults in 2 years, right? Yeah, but a child can do that. A child has that potential. So I'm asked the question, well, what do I do? What do I do? Well, what I do is serve people. I serve people. I serve children. I'm there to remind them that they're special. I'm there to remind them that they are a genius. They are exceptional. That within them there's a gift, whether it's science, whether it's business, within them the potential is there. What we need to do is to draw out that potential, give them the opportunity, because they come with the potential. Every child comes with the potential. Imagine if you had looked at my school record when I'd finished school. You would have said, you know what, this guy's going to end up in prison. Yeah, he's black, from a single parent, not doing very, very well at school, okay? And so many children are written off. Many children are written off. In fact, they are seen as a problem. And guess what we do with problems? Guess what we do with problems? Along the way, I've had to remind myself, how does it feel to be a problem? How does it feel to be a problem? How does it feel when in a school you are seen as the problem? You are seen as the one that is disruptive. You are seen as the one that really doesn't have the potential. And so children everywhere, children around the world, children in Africa, every child is born with potential. Every child is our future. Can you imagine if Elon Musk, teacher, had said to him, yeah, you're no good. Yeah, you're no good. You know, you'll never get anywhere. You'll never get anywhere. And yet, he is the richest man in the world, the richest person in the world. So there is so much wealth in children. Doesn't matter where they are around the world. There is so much wealth. And every child, every single child is a gift to us. Every single child is a gift to the world. Think about the discoveries. Think about all the advancement in science and technology. It was the adult who was a child that discovered those things. And so within education, we have to start to think, when we see a child, we need to see potential. We need to create the opportunity. When you see a boy, you are seeing a man in the future. When you see a girl, you're seeing a woman in the future. And so we need to invest in them. What do? I serve them. I serve parents. For so many years, the system has been saying that if you're a single parent, you are the problem. You are the reason why your child goes off the rails and go astray. That's not my experience. That is not what I have seen. What I've seen is when I come alongside mums, especially mums and their sons, what I see are parents who want the best for their sons, who want the best for their child. But they're having to deal with a school that says, well, your child is badly behaved, and therefore it must be your fault. It isn't the case. It isn't the case. The saying that comes out from Africa, that has been around for many, many, many years, it takes a village to raise a child. I think we need to get back to that principle. It takes a village to raise a child. So what is that wisdom saying? It's saying that mothers alone are not sufficient. Mums and dad alone is not sufficient. Dads alone is not sufficient. Mum, dad, aunt is not sufficient. Mum, dad, aunt, grandparents is not sufficient. But it takes the entire village to raise a child. It takes the entire village. And when the entire village is working to raise the child, we begin to see a difference. So what I do, I serve. I move from the sideline of complaining. Oh, it must be this, it must be that, to where I am making a difference. I mentor young people, I mentor parents. But the important thing for a lot of children, especially the ones that I work with, there is no fathers around. No fathers around. And I thought when I go into school, I'm going in as a mentor. I go in as a mentor. But what I've started to discover, when I go into school as a father figure. You see, the professionals see me coming in, a mentor. But the kids see me as a father figure, somebody who is interested in their development, somebody who wants to see them succeed. So what do? I also serve the mums as well. I also serve the schools so that they can find a better way, not just simply excluding the children, but create the environment, provide the space, bring in people from the community to work with them, to raise their aspirations and their attainments. Well, what would I know about that? What would I know about that? You see, when I stand in front of a child and I say to them, there is a genius inside of you. There's a genius inside of you. I remember before I started to do my master's, one boy said to me, "Sir, are you a genius? Are you a genius?" And I remember, here's a bit hypocritical because I'm saying I'm going in there, you are a genius. And that was the reason why I decided to go and do my master's and then to go on to do my doctorate, okay? Since 2015, it's been very, very much looking at how I can serve within the community and to serve effectively and to bring about change. Lots and lots of other things that I've done. I've actually set up a women's program wrote a women's program. Okay, I know I'm a man, okay, but I wrote a women's program. It was called She, Secured, Healed, and Empowered. Because of the position that I held, being a minister, I was aware that there were so much issues around domestic violence, domestic abuse. So rather than keeping silent about it, I got involved and started to address male perpetrators and families within the community who had experienced domestic violence. What do? I serve. And I'm so excited about today because my message is simply this, that every child that we come across, every child, there is a wealth of potential. Every single child, there's a wealth of potential. Because they not seem to be high achievers, does not mean that they don't have the potential. What it means that we have to change the way that we are teaching them and the way that we are educating them. Is that a message to me to say to finish? I don't know. Okay, so I just love this thought about Africa, right? Because we know that the first universities were in Africa, all right? But here's an opportunity. Here is an opportunity for us to make a difference, to send a message to the next generation. You know, we are creating the opportunities. We're coming alongside of you so that you can bring out your potential. You can bring your gift to the world. Every child comes into the world with a gift. They are a gift to us. We need to recognize that the geniuses that might be on the streets, the geniuses that might be living within the favelas or wherever, that they are geniuses. They are the solution to tomorrow. They are the people who will come out with a cure to all the different diseases. They are the ones who will come out with that. And so we need to value every single child. Every single child. We need to give them the opportunity. We're not short of potential. Every child that comes into the world with potential. So we're not short of potential. What we're short of is opportunities. We're short of people who can look at a child and say, I can see who you can become. Who you can become. Who you are today, you are only going through transition. You're going through transition. And the greatest joy for me is when I see those young people that I've worked with as adults. And they say, sir, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Trevor. And I'm certainly one of those, and I use that same ethos for my children, that there's a genius inside of all of us, that it's not good when parents or teachers label children that they're not as intelligent as another. We're all unique and we all have different gifts. And as parents, as aunties, as grandparents, we need to try to nurture the gifts that are within each and every child. So to follow, we've got a very special guest here, Alan. And he's a little nervous, but I know he will do extremely well. Thank you, Alan. You're fine?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, unfortunately, I was sent to the wrong address, so I've been wandering the streets for some time. So I don't know quite what's gone before, but I can perhaps just give you my take on education and what needs to happen. My background is mostly business. I come from the northeast of England, which is now a very depressed area. And I've seen this nation going downhill economically for the last 50, 60 years. Something seriously needs to happen in this country, and that involves education, because 1 in 5 children, school children now, is living in poverty and deprivation. And we've got more food banks in churches than we have McDonald's in the country. And it's a sign of the way things are going. There's a total lack of integrity at the top and ability, and it goes way back, and that's something that we've got to address. So we've got our major issues in this country. But to go back to my base, in 1988 I read a book, Need, Greed and Myopia, and it opens with a quote from the United Nations. Every 1.5 seconds a child dies needlessly, often needing nothing more than a 7.5 pence injection of saline solution. But no statistic can describe the look of sheer panic in those still clear eyes, those final moments as life passes away. And that haunts me. And that remains the driving force to try and do something in Africa, and also to bring about a better quality of living in this country, which is going to come through better education, more relevant, and, to be honest, integrity at the top. Sadly, one of our largest industries, worth 100 billion a year, is money laundering. And that's what's keeping this country afloat, selling off its assets instead of investing in its businesses and its business people. So we all got our issues. In 2018, McKinsey published a book, Africa Business Revolution. And what they're saying there, basically, you've got a population of 1.2 billion in Africa, but that will more than double in the next 20 years. So that will be the big challenge. How do you get those guys educated? Following on what our previous speaker said, I'm in total agreement about, well, as a Christian, God sees everyone as an asset, everyone is precious. No favourites. So we should endeavour to do our best by all. Things that I've discovered through my own education and raising 4 children is certainly in my day, when we went to grammar school, school was pretty basic, and literally, even though I was in the best grammar school in the city, half of the kids had just dropped out by the age of 15 and weren't even interested in taking an exam. And at the same time, my 4 children, 3 went on to take degrees, saddled themselves with large debt, didn't use their degrees at all. The one guy that was deemed a failure in education, probably because in retrospect he was dyslexic, has just been voted Barclays Businessman of the Year. Wow. And was almost qualifying for Ernst Young Global Businessman of the Year. So clearly he had talent, but he had what I call street smarts. And he couldn't really read. But a couple of years ago, he was on holiday and he told me he'd read 3 business books. And I said, well, you don't read? He said, no. He said, I listen to them on CD. And the point is, he's got a thirst for knowledge, you know, and this is what we've got to recognize, that people take it in different ways, and we need to deliver it in ways that they can ingest. Apparently, I've read that there are 7 different types of intelligence in any event. And following on what you were saying about brain cells, apparently there are 120 million miles of brain connections, which is all the way to the sun and 1/3 beyond. The reason we can see, our eyes work, I mean, you can focus on a hair on your hand and take in the universe in seconds. If you've got 170 million light reflectors behind each eye, the body's an amazing thing. And yet we live in a solar system, and someone said to quantify it, if you took a saucer and put it in the bottom left-hand corner of Belgium, that's our solar system relative to the universe. So it goes from infinitesimally small to infinitesimally huge. We're traveling in a circle at over 1,000 miles an hour. We're traveling through space at 18,000 miles an hour. And apparently our solar system is traveling at 210,000 miles an hour around the universe. You know, and we're not even aware of it. There's something amazing. So what I've learned is that, but I've also discovered recently, Gallup, who do research, had researched 2 million people and identified 34 strengths. Now you can go online for $70 and they do what they call a strengths finder. And then they'll from a questionnaire, they'll tell you what your top 5 strengths are. In fact, they'll rate your strengths all the way through to the 34. I did this when I was 73, 3 years ago, and discovered that what I thought was my biggest failure, my impatience, was actually my biggest asset. Just want to get on and do things. And in fact, my top 5 strengths would probably ideally suit me as a social entrepreneur, not necessarily a business entrepreneur. So that was a revelation. But more recently, I was interested in the Jewish business phenomenon. Jews are phenomenally successful in business. They represent something like 0.2% of the US population, yet they represent 39% of the richest 400. 3 of the dominant internet businesses were set up by Jews. If you look at Israel, a nation of 9 million people, if you took the American and Canadian businesses off the NASDAQ, Israel has more companies on NASDAQ than the rest of the world put together. They represent 0.2 of 1% of the global population, yet 25% of Nobel Prize winners have been Jews. So this kind of fascinated me. So more recently, I've been studying, what do they do that's different? What do they know that's different? A lot of course is based on Old Testament wisdom. And I got this book, Jewish Business Success. Chapter 1 is about ridding oneself of fear. But chapter 2 is about discovering our inner core. What is it that really motivates us? What is it that we really like doing? Because whilst discovering our strengths and developing those, we can find a career that actually suits our strengths. They reckon that 85% of people are working in businesses jobs are not really suited to, so it's not efficient. But this actually made me think, because I'd been pushed into accountancy many years ago, and you tend to look at the world as an accountant, and everything's a bookkeeping exercise. But when I really thought about it, a real joy is design. I'm no artist, but I love design. So when I started to look at my life as a designer, it's eye-opening. Now, it's taken me 76 years to discover this, but I've just been corrupted, if you like, all my life. So my point being, I think these two, the essence of these two, if we can discover them in a child, the child is then going to be much more positive about its role in the world. The point about will is, if you understand your inner will, willpower's easy. Does that make sense? Because whatever you're doing, you're actually, how can I put it, you're fulfilling your inner desire. And I hadn't thought about that, but that's something that came out from this book. I got to say, it's probably the best business book I've come across. So, and I think this is so important because there's a recent, what are they called, think tank, reckon that children born today will work till they're 100 with 40 career changes. And as we know, with the changing world, we're no longer in a production environment. That old industrial model's gone, that the machine with AI can do all the work, but the one thing it can't do is think. So the one thing humans can do is stand by and think creatively. So our focus really needs to be on getting kids to think creatively, win or lose, and not be afraid to fail. So we need to develop this whole entrepreneurial way of thinking, which is just do it. You don't be afraid to do it. Learn from everything you do. And it's interesting that 26% of university students want to become entrepreneurs in some way. That's 600,000. So one of the things that we're doing is setting up the entrepreneurial student, setting up a website, because we want to influence these people and get them to do some good and demand change. Yeah, I'm a 60s revolution guy. So if we can get these guys at the ground and say, look, we're not happy with bad bosses, which was a criticism from the chief economist of the Bank of England, that bad bosses are creating bad companies, and this is bringing about poverty. And, you know, so many people are suffering. So to be self-indulgent, you know, if you're going to go into business now, think about your social responsibility. Not just, we don't export. Only 11% of companies in the UK that could export actually do so. And mostly that was the EU. We're lazy. And there's criticism of the working man, but it comes from the top. I read recently by the economist Peter Drucker. Basically what he said was, at the turn of the last century on the continent of North America, it was the fashion to go to university and have a career, develop a career. Scientist, engineer, doctor, whatever, and so on in business. Except in England, where one rested on one's estate. Now that, all my experience, I've watched this all my life, you know. Arrogance hides ignorance. You know, ivory tower management. We've lost all our industries. We've given it away. No other developed nation has sold off so much of its assets, infrastructure, and major corporations as this country. The city has no respect for this nation. And coming from the northeast, they don't see it down south. They don't see the long-term unemployment, third and fourth generation now. When I started my career in Newcastle, there was 20 miles of industry down each bank of the River Tyne. Newcastle was the Silicon Valley of the Industrial Revolution. There's nothing left. I looked at the Motor Show report from 1966. There were 30 British brands of motor car, all but 2 owned by Britain, except for Ford of America, which had and Vauxhall, which American owned, but they had a dedicated UK brand. Not one company left owned or manufacturers in the UK. Yet the tragedy is 3 of the 4 most productive car plant in the world before Honda left were in this country. It was management. Nissan Sunderland is the most productive car plant in the world. They took these so-called useless workers and with Geordie technology turned Nissan Sunderland the most productive car plant in the world, our country's largest exporter, and they make more cars in Sunderland, where they'd never made them before, than the whole of the Italian motor industry. You know, this is the problem we've got to face here. But the other problem, obviously, we're doing various things up in near Ely, near Cambridge. We're opening up a college there, Christian base. And one of the things I think we must do is encourage people to enjoy learning. I just don't want the old idea of school being oppressive, because learning is going to be a lifetime skill. It's no longer any good to just go for 2 or 3 years to university and think what you learned in your 20s is going to see you through. It's not. You're going to constantly have to renew. your mind. So you're going to have a thirst for knowledge. So I think there's two things I would say is we've got to individualize. We've got to get to the source of these people, to get them fully motivated, to understand them, to understand themselves, and help them find their own path. And that's, at the same time, as far as Africa is concerned, we've got to try and find a way to get an education out to everyone as best we can. Just finding, I mean, one thing I did discover, I picked up a book from a music store, Proust and the Squid, not knowing what it was about, but it turns out it's about early learning development in children. A child who's learning, apparently, even in the womb. So a child has been spoken to and read to in the early years of its life. By the age of 2, should have a vocabulary of around 200 words. A child who's been ignored will have a vocabulary of just 20 words. The poor child will never catch up. If you think between the age of 3 and 5, a child will ask on average 40,000 questions. If it doesn't have a vocabulary, it's stunted. 25% of children going into school in the UK at the minute can't even pronounce their name or hold a conversation. You know, this is just, we're going backwards. It's not right. So these are all the things that we want to do. We want to just make it happen. And we're just a little college up in Ely, starting out. But, you know, you just got to go for it. Right.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alan. And thank you so much. Sorry you went to the wrong venue before. We've now got online Alan's colleague, Olu. Welcome, Olu.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mercy, for this opportunity to share. Thank you also, Mr. Allen. Really was taking notes whilst you were sharing. I also want to thank all the speakers as well who've spoken ahead. And it's really been awesome just connecting with you. I do apologize I'm not able to be with you physically. We had visitors from Ethiopia this morning, all talking about education and how we can transform what is being offered out there. So my name is Olugbenga Ogunbade. I'm the director of Cornerstone College here in Cambridge, just on the outskirts of Cambridge. But I'm also a principal consultant with the Africa Education Group. Looking at the theme, Rethinking Education in the 21st Century Digital Era, I must thank Reverend Dr. Trevor Adam because he pretty much took my opening line, which is about Ubuntu. I am what I am because of who we all are. And I really think that has been a driving force behind what we do here in Cambridge, that it really does take a community to raise a child. Over the last sort of 19, 20 years, a lot of my work has been in sub-Saharan Africa, and really looking at how we can actually use some of the good practices here in the UK to improve the system. Dr. Larry Jones was speaking earlier on about a situation I'm very well familiar with in Nigeria. And that's a situation where about 1 million students finish high school every year, but only about 100,000 can actually get into the university system. The 76,000 plus Nigerian students who've made it to the UK over the last 3 years are obviously looking for pastures green, both educationally and in some cases economically. The biggest challenge, of course, is how do we educate the majority who cannot make it to this part of the world? How do we ensure that they get quality education out where they are? And this really has been the sort of bedrock of our work over the last number of years, that using some of the best practices here in Cambridge, working with academics here in Cambridge, we can actually start to share good practice. In UCL, where I did some work, there's a system we call, a theory we call system leadership. And a system leader is just not concerned about their system getting better, but the whole system. So it's not just about our schools getting better, but the whole education system. So Africa Education Group is really at the forefront of working with schools in Africa, government examination board, to build confidence that actually it can be done. Like I think it was Dr. Trevor Adam also talking about the fact that the first university systems were actually in Africa, from Egypt to Timbuktu. And so we've been here before, we've done this before. Let me now share about Cornerstone College, the college I'm a director of here in Cambridge. Coming to the UK as an international student, the first thing I realized is that I did my law degree at King's College in London, but one of the first things I realized is that, you know, we were in the minority. So in my class at King's College, there were about 220 students in my law set. That year, there were only like 5 Black students. Another university down, maybe somewhere in East London, in the same law class of 200 students, there were about 150 Black students. So I started to question, why are Black students not aspirational? Why are they not applying to these institutions? And then it dawned on me that very often they haven't been encouraged. Very often nobody has told them that yes, you can. And the focus of Cornerstone College is actually to help Black students, international students in the majority, discover these pathways. We have lecturers who've been educated at places like Cambridge, Oxford, and other Russell University, helping these young people build confidence. But it doesn't stop there. Good majority of our students are international. We want to see them return home, hopefully, to make a difference. You know, when I look at the early generation of Africans like the Nkrumahs, even the Mandela who studied remotely, the difference between what I saw then and now is that they always had a vision to return home and make home a better place. I think one thing missing in our education system is, how do you build change agents who don't just want to remain in Europe for the rest of their lives, but change agents who would return to Africa to make a difference? How do we create that love for our continent, where we realize that no one will fix it for us? DFID would not do it, British Council would not do it, United Nations would not do it, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office will not do it for us. We must take responsibility for our own future, and we build leaders who see that as well. What am I going to do about the problems in Africa? What am I going to do about the problems in Nigeria? Building leaders, also cultural sensitivity. I was reading today in the Daily Mail, not my favorite paper, but I read today that the big issue on decolonizing curriculum. And I think that is a great conversation for us to have at this time as well. I was speaking to some colleagues at Jesus College, Cambridge, 2 nights ago. I said, whilst I love UK education, in most sense, it prepares you for life in the UK. A lot of what we learn is to help us function here in the UK. What about a curriculum that would enable us function elsewhere? You know, young leaders who have a passion to transform their nation. Nation builders, the sort of thing Lin Kuan Yew did in Singapore. People who would get a world-class education in places like Cambridge, Oxford, and elsewhere, and return home. I like one thing Dr. Nelson Mandela said, and it's been one of my closest sort of life motto as well. It says, we're not successful just for ourselves, but we're only successful when we've been able to pull other people up as well. We're only successful when we've been able to pull other people up as well. For me, that means that for those of us, the 76,000 Nigerians who've made it here the last 3 years, folks like myself who are here, we're not just successful for ourselves. We're only successful when we've been able to pull other people up as well. What point is my education? What point is that exposure if it benefits me and me alone? We must teach our young people that education itself is a responsibility. They have a responsibility to self, definitely, but also a responsibility to the nations they're coming from. It doesn't end there. What about our teachers? Very often we talk about world-class education in Africa, but you cannot have world-class education without world-class teachers. So part of the work I was doing this morning with a school from Ethiopia is actually about collaboration. How do we leverage technology? This conference talks about rethinking education in the 21st century in the digital era? How do we leverage technology to ensure that teachers in Africa can connect with teachers here in Cambridge and share notes, share resources? And I think that's one of the things we've learned over COVID, that it's actually now much easier to make these things possible. It's now easier to collaborate across the board. It's easier to work with schools, with universities across as well. I remember speaking to the former Mauritius Prime Minister, and one of the things she said is, I long for a day when we can have a university like Cambridge in Mauritius or somewhere in Africa. The question is, why not? Why can't we think about world-class systems on the continent itself? Whilst I was at King's College London, I actually had lecturers who reminded me that in the early 20s, they studied in exchange programs in places like University of Ibadan, University of Ife in Nigeria. And that tells me that once upon a time, Africa was also a recipient country for international students. How do we make that giant fly again? How do we work towards a system where Africa is just not responsible to enriching other nations? Because when international students move outside their nations, they take a lot of foreign exchange with them. How do we keep that wealth in the continent as well? One of the biggest sources of corruption in my home nation is actually parents trying to pay international school fees. Public purses are laundered just because of this one factor. I believe one way to resolving that problem is by having world-class institutions on the continent itself. Look at the situation we find ourselves, and I'm going to close with this. A lot of Africans are coming to the UK today. We've got this post-study visa, which allows them work for 2 years after their study. Many finish master's program, PhD program, and then settle for jobs that you don't even require a degree in the first place. I actually call it a new form of slavery or colonialism, but one you pay for. We need those talents back in Africa solving African problems. We don't need them helping the UK with job shortages. Our continent has suffered a great deal already. There has to be a system where we encourage them back home. For the African leaders who may be hearing this at some point as well, brain drain is not permanent. Brain drain is not permanent. Once the conditions are right, people will return back home. And people these days don't have to return home physically. Not everybody is destined to return physically, but through technology, there can be exchange of ideas. And those of us in the diaspora can still add value to the continent. Rethinking education in the 21st century digital era means all stakeholders, state actors, non-state actors, we all have a role to play. Ubuntu is critical now than ever before. I am what I am because of who we all are. And it really does take a community to raise a child. Thank you very much again for giving me this opportunity. And it's been a great pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Olubenga. I'm very bad with African names, but Olu is actually from the president of the African Society, Cambridge University. So he's done extremely well to have spoken at short notice online. But to call the next person who's going to be a surprise here, and I think he's going to be shocked in a minute, is Bernie's husband. I just want him to say a word. Behind every successful man is normally a woman, but in this case, behind every successful woman is Bernie's husband. He does TED Talks, and I just wanted him to share a little bit about TED Talk Wales and what it's about, and if anybody wants to get involved. Yes.
Well, this was unexpected, believe me. Right. Yeah, what a fantastic thing. I've been
to an event last night which blew my mind away, which was amazing. Being sat on the outside of something like this, not being representative of anybody other than just supporting Bernie, it really opens your eyes to the things that are going on in the world, you know, and it's really eye-opening. Again, today, another inspirational meeting as well. Well done, Mercy. It's fantastic. Just to touch on what Mercy said, I've spoken to a couple of you guys here as well about what I do, but for those who don't know, TED is a platform which has 23.5 million followers across the world, right? It's a global thing. And TEDx is the independently organised events that go across all the cities across the world. So whether it's in Sydney, New York, Swansea, where I'm from, London, they're all over the place. And they give a platform for people to share ideas. There are 4 things you can't speak about: religion, racism, bad science, and politics. Now, I know a lot about what we've spoken about here today is related to probably all 4 of those things, okay? But we can manipulate the talks so that people know what's behind it without actually having to mention the things in, you know, straight out there. So, yeah, so we do these events annually. They're in June. This year was in the Swansea Football Club Stadium. So we got good venues and things like that. All the talks get recorded. They're then presented to TED. They scrutinise them, make sure there's nothing of any sort of contentious content, and then they'll publish them onto the TED YouTube channel. So you can look on YouTube and you can look for any subject that you think about, and there'll be a TED talk about that. Some of them, you know, you've got Bill Gates and all those sort of people have done them, and I've got students of 16 and 17 that have done them. And we've got university professors that have spoken, we've got barristers who've spoken. It comes from all walks of life. It doesn't matter who you are if you've got something to say. And the ethos of TED is that you've got something to share with somebody that they will walk away and think, wow, that's interesting. And they'll talk to people about that subject. So, as I say, it can be inspirational, it can be educational, it can be musical, it can be anything, really. But it's a fantastic platform for people. Some people can use it to advance their sort of speaking careers, because if you, on your CV, if you've got TEDx speaker, it gives you great credibility because you've actually been on a stage talking in front of potentially to millions of people. And that credibility can get you sort of certain sort of further talks and stuff like that. So, yeah, so if anybody who's interested in wanting to do a talk, there's a process we go through. We have people to coach you. Everything is free. The speakers don't get paid. The coaches don't get paid, but they're all volunteers and they will support your journey. We'll put the talk together for you. Or if there's somebody that you know that has something to say, then just get in touch and we can just discuss what the talk's about. We can, you know, get it. Because it is quite a daunting thing. You've got sort of 15 minutes on a stage with the cameras, with an audience, no script, no auto cue, and only one go at it. So we have to make sure that, you know, you're confident and we get you to the right place so that when you get up there, you know, you can smash it, basically. And as I say, it's a great feeling, and the camaraderie with the group of speakers that we had this year was amazing. They just got their own WhatsApp group and they're still talking, you know. I'm involved in it, but I don't speak in it. I just listen to what they're going on about. But honestly, it is a great platform, great forum for people. So thank you for listening. All right.
When do you do this? I'm the husband. When do you do these?
We do them annually in June. That's the sort of date I started them, so we just keep it going so that people in Swansea know that there's one coming up in June. So we start now to sort of collect candidates and stuff like that who apply. You know, anybody who's got something good to say or wants to share something.
And encourage universities.
Yeah, and yeah, last year we had Atlantic College, which is part of the United World Colleges, isn't it? That's right. We've got colleges all over the world. They had 2 students speak. A 17-year-old kid, 2 fantastic talks they did, and the university have linked in with us now. They want to supply a couple every year now because it was a great experience for them. They brought 30 students down to watch the event as well, so they had a great experience, you know. And a great start for them, you know, being able to say that they've done that, you know. So, and, you know, I know like sort of like the research, you know, you've got people in your organisation that would possibly be interested in doing that sort of stuff. So, glad, yeah, speak to anything.
No, they're great friends. There's one of those friends that will tell you that some people say it's a distance to come and see you, to support you, but for these two, they travel all the way from Wales, even last minute, the night before, and say, we're there, we're coming to support you, we're there, what help do you want? So thank you, Bernie, and thank you so much. Now, we're just rounding up, and we've got Nida who's going to speak on coding in Africa, because coding and the digital era is one of the important aspects that is new to digital education. Nida.
First, thank you very much for everyone here, and thanks for Robin and Margaret, and the big thanks for Mercy to give this opportunity to see these genius people all together here. Actually, Coding Africa, it is 4 or 5 organizations, you can tell a charity. It's not Coding Africa only. I am in Coding Africa because I deal with Middle East and North Africa. Actually, it is Coding Asia, America, everywhere. This is a program to teach the children how to do coding. To do coding in Africa and in rural area, it is not so easy. There is no infrastructure, no mobile, and no affordable money to buy, mobile or tablet. What they do, this 4 or 5 organizations, they gather together, and we start to build the infrastructure first, and to make a company to manufacture mobile for every individual for $10 only. So this can help the children to do programming, like program coding, learn and earn. They learn coding, and they can find job in America, in Asia, anywhere online. Yes, I am not with the technology to prevent a human being connect together, but we have no way to go around it. We have to go with the wind. So this is the program about Coding Africa and Coding the World. And this is our duty. You serve the community, I serve the world. And I am political economy advisor and peace negotiator for reconciliation. So I work with the front line. I work with countries have civil war. I do negotiate hostages, release political prisoner. So I come from 15 years civil war, which it take all our life since I've been 11, when I lost my 4-year-old sister in front of my eyes. I obliged to pick up her pieces from all over the place. So thank you very much to raise this awareness about education. We are with the education, and I have my slogan, not only education, education, medication, and nutrition, and clean water for all our children in the world. Thank you very much, and pleasure to know all of you. And I am here to serve not only community, the world, and the humanity. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so we're about to round up, but we've got one more speaker from Tanzania. She's just getting herself together to log in to join us online. We've had a wonderful day today. We've had a lot of speakers from all over the world, from India, from Africa, and from across Europe. And some have been here with us and some have been online. But I think they're all saying the same thing, that education is important and that every child deserves an education, a good education. And one of the important things is that, for me, we all have a bit, especially here in the West, we go to McDonald's, we go to restaurants and spend a lot of money, but sometimes it just takes £2 to educate a child in Africa or in the third world. So I'm just asking you that as part of this event, to think about sponsoring a child in education and sponsoring myself, particularly. There's a child who escaped Ukraine. He's currently a refugee in Germany at the moment who's studying medicine. He's done his first year, and I'm looking for sponsors for this young man to complete his education in Germany to study medicine. Those things will be posted on my website about this young man, and anyone else who's interested in sponsoring organizations in education, you can get in touch with myself via the website, which has been shared. And so, sorry, I'm just checking to see if the person is online yet. We've also touched on primary education, we've touched on university education, but for myself, I went to learn back to university 4 years ago. I didn't just go to, I don't do things in half measures. I always have to go the extra mile, like this summit. So when I went back to study 4 years ago, I went also to do an internship, which is also an equivalent of a master's. For me, it was to show my children that education was important. At first, I was studying and just so that I can pass the units and get through that master's, until I just thought to myself, no, I need to be an example to my children and actually study really hard so that I'll get a good master's degree and I can feel proud of myself. I had people approach me that they said, I can do your thesis for you if you for free, etc. And I said, no, I want to be proud of whatever I get from my master's and know that I got that result, even if it's an F, whatever grade it was. I want to be proud that I have earned that with my hard work. So I worked hard whilst my children were sleeping. I would be doing my reading and research late into the night and my essays. To my amazement, I came with I ended up having a first-class degree, and first-class master. And that was the same with my internship. So for me, it's never too late to learn. It's never too late. There is no excuses. I'm a mum of 5. I was running my business at the time and studying, and I was juggling the lot and presenting on TV as well. And I would say, whatever you put your mind to, just believe in yourself and you can do it. Believe in your children and you're halfway there. So I would ask Margaret to say a few words. If our last speaker is not joined yet, we'll end the session.
Thank you. What do you want to say about You know, I commend Mercy, not only for what she's doing, but to be a single parent with 5 children who are so advanced in their in their ability, they've completely captured the ethos of you can do it. So to have this kind of children, it's quite miraculous. It means she really put a lot of effort. But about my children, I said to them, don't ever think you cannot do something. Don't ever think somebody will say to you, oh, you can't do it. If you want to be great, you want to be something, whatever you want to be, you can be, Because you're not their average intelligence, above average intelligence. They don't have psychological problems. They can't do anything. My son now is a great person, and my daughter also top of her career. But my son didn't want to be a scientist, like my husband, because like a bit rebellious. And he didn't actually. He applied 7 places. Because he was confused after the A levels. He said he wanted to do history of science, and then he wanted to be chemical engineering. He wanted to be all these things. He put in different universities. Suddenly, one day he was watching television in the summer, before the thing. He saw the cells, some program on the cells, and he said to me, Mom, I want to be cell biochemist. Just amazing, just by himself. I went to my husband quickly. Don't tell Daddy. I said, he wants to be biochemist, because we're happy, because, it's in the blood. And this guy is a huge group of people. They have 100 friends, with my daughter as well. They're always partying and this, and they're nice group together, and very healthy. And one day, his professor said to him, Iraj, you're a very clever boy, but you don't work hard enough. If you worked hard enough, you will get first-class honors. Immediately, email went even to me, mother, father, all the friends. Don't call me, I'll call you. This was only five months left, to get the degree. He was the only biochemist that got first-class honors in Reading. Once he got his first-class honors, he had all the doors open to do something else, So he went to the best, was Cambridge, and not attached to drug company or something. He got with distinction, PhD. And he was given, it's totally amazing to me, because he is, he's foreign-looking, foreign name, and yet very, very British, very British in nature. And it could have been so many discriminations. None. Everybody. This is the joy of this country. I really feel, even though there is discrimination here and there are people who can make it, even by themselves, And now he's got a company. But he did many things, McKinsey, this, that, postdoctoral research, with the what is it? The winner of, what do they say? I forget, when I'm tired, I forget words. Anyway, it's Nobel Prize. Winner of Nobel Prize was there in Santa Cruz, so that he went there to learn from this man, kind of thing. Then he was headhunted by McKinsey. Then he came to London and headhunted by, Wellcome Foundation. Four scientists from Cambridge. He was one of them. And he is the first person who found, their job is to find, they got money, 250 million, I think, but they can use it to make money or to make drugs, whatever it is. So then my son was the first person of those 4 to find a very wonderful group of people, Cancer Research UK, and the college was what? The famous one. London, LSE, not LSE. Oh God, I was sleeping, not Imperial, because London University. UCL. Anyway, and then a particular research group for lung cancer. And he brought them together. You have to do that to get their intelligence, whatever. I don't know everything, but real thing is that he brought them together, and they are currently in the stage of doing medical clinical trials for an amazing drug, because it is DNA specific. It's just for you. So it's very, very expensive, clinical trials. He brought 150 million pounds from America, the first biomedical company to do it, and is new. I mean, it's just an amazing thing, isn't it? You have a son, you think, oh, I hope he'll be all right, etc. I hope my children won't take drugs. This kind of prayers I had. Nothing to do with, I hope they'll be successful. Don't take drugs, be honest, be kind to people, this kind of thing I used to pray. But to find such a, and then suddenly, recently, he invited me to go to dinner on the river on Hammersmith, and he's got a place in Hammersmith. I never seen it. I go to that place. He said to me, oh, come to the office first. I'll show you the office. I just can't believe it. This is my son. He has 3 laboratories, 4 scientists groups. I mean, there's like, this is one laboratory, and that's 3 times another thing. I said, darling, how do you manage this? He says, each side has its manager. Then we come together. They report to me. We'll talk about it. It's an amazing thing for me to see, not just as a mother, as what we're talking about, the potential of young people. He could have gone much worse way. Allah khaliki khidi bil-tashanti. And put it off. Thank you so much. And what I'm trying to say is, I am a proud mother, but I also understand what you're saying. You're saying every child has potential. They can do hundreds of things if we can just give them the chance, if we just give them the milieu, And when he said to me, don't come, because I used always to go and make food, wash his clothes, and come back London, I used to do that with my husband. I didn't go. And his girlfriend started crying. I said, no, just listen to him. He will come one day, Because his girlfriend said, it means I can't go for all these months to Cambridge because, not to get first-class honors. He put his mind right where the professor said, and he did it. It's an amazing thing to be acknowledged, to be understood. So we have to do it to every child, not just my child, you know what I mean? It is an amazing thing, the mind, the brain, the connections that children have, like Mercy's children are very clever, and she's done it alone. It's not, it's not that, we are making it, but we're giving it, like an opening, a way. Yes, you can do it, that kind of thing. And when he didn't want to do something, I said, no, it's all right. It's your decision. You do it. And eventually he did biochemistry. But what I want to say about today is that it opened my mind about these things that we're talking about. And I feel that every time that we can see somebody who's deserving and cannot do, I want to report it to you or to somebody who would take this child and take him to places. And I would like to introduce you to Elham Fardad. She has the Migrant Leaders Group, and she has left her high position to use that position to find mentors, to find money, to find everything to make that group be successful. Migrant Leaders, because he was 12 years old when she came here from, what was the country? Iran, and was very difficult for her to come to the top, but she did it. She's top senior manager in Ernst & Young. And she left that just to do this to do this charity to help migrant leaders, migrants that will become leaders, with her help. Yeah. So please, it would be nice to get to know them also. Maybe there's some collaboration can go. Yeah. Shall I introduce you to them? Yeah, she's great. She's great, and she was the fastest growing charity. Yeah, from Times, I think. Yeah, she get awards. Very good. Oh, thank you, Philip. The man hasn't come, yeah? I say.
Alan wanted to say a word.
Oh, Alan, please come. You can say many nicer words than me. Thank you for coming, all of you. Yeah. I didn't know what to expect.
Yeah, I just like to throw out a challenge, really. I've been reflecting. When I was born in the mid-40s and was brought up in the early 50s, and as a result of rationing and so on, but life was very mundane and boring. 9-to-5 jobs, jobs for life, boring life, no telly. It was just a dead routine. And then rock and roll came along. And suddenly the music livens up, everybody's jumping and dancing, there's fashion, and suddenly the mundane became entertaining. And I did spend 10 years in the entertainment industry, which is another story. But Sir Richard Branson, to my mind, epitomized rock and roll businessmen. And if you look at what he did with the railways, he just made them entertaining. He did the same with the airlines. And I know someone who worked for one of his airlines. He said, "You're absolutely right. All the things we did, it was just entertaining. We just ran an airline." So I was intrigued to see what he would do with these things. But he brought rock and roll style. And he writes in one of his books, he said, "I realize now I've always been in the entertainment industry." You know, he didn't produce anything really new, but he was always entertaining. And it's just struck me, nobody's done rock and roll education. Why don't we do rock and roll education and take the mundane out of education and make it something that excites people? Because when I spoke to my young grandson, what his next lesson was tomorrow, he said, well, the first lesson's torture. I said, what do you get after that? I said, torture. I said, but what do you get after school, after lunch? He said, torture. Well, he says, it's school, innit? So you can imagine his approach to learning. But that's just a thought. Why don't we do a rock and roll education? And as for starting something, I can tell you that in 1981, I was at the loose end because of the recession and everything, going through a divorce, and I just decided I fancied doing something in music. So I wrote to this guy, the FT was looking for money for his music business, but he sent me a catalogue, but he didn't follow it up. So I thought, well, after 3 months I was going to bin it, so I'll call him. So I rang him up, and he told me about this idea for a video jukebox. Now, in 1981, video was just coming onto the market. And I don't know if a traditional jukebox, you select your music. But here was an opportunity. So he brought this thing up. Fortunately, I got some techie guys to make it work, and we sold it on to a plant hire company. And did all the licensing work. And we created an outlet for pop videos, which were in their infancy. And 40 years later, they're still using the base that we set up, the licensing and so on. And it's now an industry employing thousands. So it's amazing what one phone call can do. You just never know.
Yes, thank you.
Anyway.
Thank you. Okay, so we finally have Agatha from Tanzania, and she's going to be on link right now. She is. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. How are you guys? I hope you. Yeah, so I'm really sorry about not being able to join earlier. I was in the middle of another call that involved a lot of investors, so I couldn't even get out to pick a phone call or something. But I apologize for that. And yeah, so as Messi said, my names are Agatha Nisikiwa Beria. I'm a founder for African Panorama Media Service. I'm Tanzanian from Kilimanjaro. I'm 31 years old and I'm a beneficial for taking a girl child to school. So you can actually say I'm a product of taking a lady to school. So I'm just going to give you guys a brief background of Project Elimika. So Elimika is a Swahili word that means go to school. And we currently are learning through the traditional model system. That means a teacher stands in front of the board and he or she uses a chalk to write onto the board, and the pupils or the students actually have to write on paper. So we all know that the future is digital. We all know that we live in a digital era, and we have to adopt the digitalization in the educational system. So the Project Elimika is looking to partner with, actually is partnering with the government of Tanzania to help structure the digital modelization in primary and secondary education. So in Tanzania, the president has this budget for 2022-2023, the president has announced a free education, so no payment to students from primary to secondary. The only payment that you have to do is tertiary, that's the university level. So because education is free, now we have to adopt towards the digital age. So that's what Project Elimika will be doing. It's an app that will link both teachers, parents, and students under one tablet. So children will be equipped with tablets, teachers will be equipped with tablets, but parents will just need a smartphone to download the app and know the progress of their children in school. So we no longer have to wait until 3 months or 4 months pass and then you go on a Saturday on a teacher parent day. No, all you just do, you just download the app and then you get into your child's system. You'll be given a locking system and you can see all the progress of your children or your child in school. You can also communicate with the teacher if you have any suggestions or comments on students. Teachers can send assignments to pupils in class, and it will also be a project that will help the government in digitalization in exams. So from there, we'll start doing exams in a digital way. So the exam will be put into your tablet. You'll be given a code specifically to load, and then you log in, you'll do your exam. Once you're done, you submit. It's just like a Blackboard learning in UK or US model system. So that's what Project Elimika is all about. And I'm spearheading the project in Tanzania as well as in Burundi. So thank you very much. And I'm really excited to be speaking to you, although I cannot see anyone. But yeah, that's a brief about me.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I can't say enough thank yous to everybody who's come, people who are watching from around the world. Thank you to Margaret and Robin. I know they wanted to kill me. They were saying, they thought it was disorganized. Everything is always organized in my head, having to coordinate people from all over the world, from the UK as well, academias. I'm very, very passionate about education. And I think even till whatever I'm old, I'll be singing education, education, education. Let's give that gift to the future generation and leave a legacy. See everybody tomorrow in the House of Lords, 3 till 6 o'clock. That you'll have afternoon tea and you'll hear a couple of more interesting speakers tomorrow. Thank you.
And I forgot that's good son. My son, yeah. My son, he's been in year 9, and he started to self-study. And he done his GCSE in year 9, and he have A star. And now he done A level mathematics, and he have A star, and physics A star, and all his A star. He applied for Cambridge, and what is the name of that? Imperial. Yeah, and he self-study by himself. He will be a genius like her son, I wish. And this is education, education, education. This is our weapon for the future. Thank you very much again for everyone and for Margaret and Robin to let us do all this and know each other more. Thank you. Thank you.
Did we show the video of Margaret? Did we show the video of Georgia Gurria?
No. Well, how did I know? I didn't know that.
Did we show it, Raymond? No. Do you? Do I have it? April 29th?
You can talk.
No, actually, if you can't find it, then we won't play it. But Universal Peace Federation has a range of activities, and last night we had an event, the elimination of violence against women, women and girls in the House of Lords. We've been doing this for many years, and particularly Margaret has been leading on this and working with many other partners. But this is a building, it's a charitable building, and charities, in a sense, have to use, if it's a charity, it has to be used for public. It not only by law, but also morally, we want to use this as a public forum. So UPF is very happy to help Mercy to host this kind of program, which actually shows a lot of hope for future, hope for developing people's genius, as you were saying. We've heard a lot of very inspiring stories today. We ourselves, on the 29th, we have a meeting of examining the human rights of refugee women here in the UK from 4 to 6. And then on December 1st, we have an event with the TG Foundation about the Congo, and particularly east of Congo. And TG Foundation and ourselves, we've had a long-term relationship, and we've had events here in this room, in Parliament, in European Parliament. We've had people Skype in from Goma, and so on, particularly about conflict minerals. And if they have an orphanage, and also care of victims of rape. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the rape victims. Tatiana has this place.
Sure. So that will raise funds for that venue, for that orphanage, where there's been uptick in violence recently because of conflict minerals. If there's a common theme, Universal Peace Federation, it's a huge term, and we're always failing to live up to such a term because it's an impossible obligation. But if there's a universal theme to this, it's that people are acting wrong out of trauma. And if we're going to correct that, we need somehow to have universal values and to raise families with universal values and allow, as you were saying, allow that genius to flourish. which they can do if those kind of values are expressed and inherited. And it has to be something which is interreligious. A number of us have really strong faith, but the world has many faiths, and we have to come together as cultural religious spheres, bringing out the universal values that we have. So in a number of countries around the world, UPF, Universal Peace Federation, is promoting character education. And in Nigeria is one of the places where we in the UK are supporting UPF in Nigeria to develop character education. And they have a 2-year plan, or they have a 2-year partnership with the Federal Ministry of Education to develop this program. The program is to develop 5,000 trainers who can then teach so that every school in Nigeria can teach character education. So
How to be a real person, how to be not corrupt.
And particularly as Margaret's saying, the idea of making a difference, it's difficult to start with the current generations, but to start with the younger generation and try to correct past bad habits. And UK has problem with corruption. Everyone has problem with corruption, but it's maybe we have a little bit more scrutiny or a little bit more transparency in some areas, or basically we acknowledge that we're all corrupt in different ways, and we're kind of watching each other. This is the idea of democracy. We're all watching each other and trying to stop each other from. So that we were going to show a video of someone called Georgia Gorie, who's someone we're working with, and we're helping them. We helped them with funds, but also with people and contacts to develop this program. And the Nigerian Minister of Trade and Investment came and spoke here on this stage in April, end of April. And it is something that we will continue to develop. And it has a very good chance to develop as a national program in Nigeria. And based on that, then we can go to other countries. George is a UPF representative for West Africa, but he has a very good chance to develop it beyond Nigeria if he can create a working model. I think that's all I want to say. Also, we have a Peace Council. Peace Council is like our end-of-year AGM. It's based here, but it's bringing in all the areas of our work and also the different branches around the country. That's on December 10th, here in this room from 1 to 6.
Wow, she'll be a very good person to speak about people, because we care for people.
Thank you very much. And thank you for coming today, and have a safe journey home. And the rest of the program that Mercy's been organizing in both, is it Oxford you're going to, and also House of Lords. I hope it will be a great success. Thank you. There is still some snacks downstairs.